How are we all doing tonight? Hi. Happy Thursday, one and all. It's a very pleasant Thursday. On the Tradio. That is a Howard Stern reference. Well, kind of, sort of. Whatever, one of the public access shows they prank called. Hello, Daniel Barry. Happy Thursday to you as well. Hope you are doing well. Tell you what, let me... Should be good. All right. So, what are we gonna do tonight? We are gonna do LDM. You probably already worked that out. What we are actually going to be doing is Game Informer issue 253. This is the most modern that we have gotten to thus far, and possibly just ever. I don't know if I'm willing to go much more modern than this. But, we shall see. Because this is from 2014. That's only 12... That's 12 years ago, though. 12 years ago was 2014. Jesus fucking Christ. Time flies when you're, under constant fear and scrutiny. In fact, you want to know how modern this magazine is? Yeah, we are firmly in that territory. Something I didn't really know is that this game was just kind of in development hell for like 6 years, apparently, before it actually came out. And they were advertising it as early as 2014. The game didn't come out until 2017, but this early on, they were advertising fork knife. There's that thing at the top I just now noticed. Oh, is that... Oh, yeah, never mind. It's just... Yep, Microsoft Anna. We are good to go. This one is not too terribly long. We might be able to get through this one in a single stream. But yeah, Game Informer, they started in 1991. Eventually, GameStop acquired them. And then I don't think they own them anymore. But Game Informer is still an active thing. You can still get Game Informer magazine. I believe you can anyway. I don't know. They had like a couple more issues after the one I saw from 2024, but I don't know how many more issues they had. I don't know if they are still doing issues of this, but either they still exist or they just folded as of like within the last year. But yeah, you can go on their website and look at archives of like 2024, 2025 Game Informer. Or you can go all the way back to 2014. Guess what we're doing? You can go all the way back to 1991, actually, but, you know. Anyway, let's take a look. It pays to go pro. Is this the... Oh my god, we're gonna be seeing, like, modern ads. I don't know how I feel about this. More savings. More points. Oh, this is Xbox Live, I guess. Head to your local GameStop. Oh, yep. Yeah, well, fair enough. Or sign up today for only $14.99 a month. Oh, because it's... oh, GameStop Power Card or whatever the fuck that was. Yeah. I think I have one of those somewhere. I could spend that on the GameStop that no longer exists in my area. Remember when GameStop used to be on, like, literally every street corner, and now I don't even know where the nearest GameStop is to me anymore. And it pays to trade. Yeah, this was definitely, like, very much in the GameStop era. I wonder, was this, no, this was subscription, but you could probably buy these magazines in a GameStop if you wanted. Alright, what do we got here? This time is different.
This time was one of the lucky ones who got to see John Carmack's virtual reality, VR, demo in a back room at E3 in 2012. This is where Carmack reignited the virtual reality discussion using a then-unknown Palmer Luckey's Oculus Rift head-mounted display to play a custom version of Doom 3 BFG Edition. Carmack, of course, is best known for being a programming genius, rocket scientist, and father of the first-person shooter. He and his compatriots at ID Software released the revolutionary Wolfenstein 3D in 1992, and 20-plus years later FPS still dominates the charts around the globe. Needless to say, when Carmack
what charts? This isn't like music. There's no video game charts. Like no universally accepted video game charts anyway. Why don't we have that? Why don't we have like... We have like box office... We have like box office numbers. We have like, you know, Billboard Hot 100. Why is there nothing like that for games?
I had heard the story before of how VR was going to change the world, so it was with much trepidation that attached a duct-taped box to my face. Literally needed Carmack to make sure it didn't fall over as disconnected from the real world and plugged in a new set of visual and audio information to my brain. That demo wasn't great, but it was promising. This wasn't some 3D movie or TV gimmick. This was surprisingly immersive. But Carmack was right, the technology had a long way to go. Since that demo, VR has been on a rocket. Oculus has been on a roller coaster ride, from a hugely successful Kickstarter to a $2 billion purchase by Facebook. Sony and numerous other players have joined the fight as well. VR is back. I'm not sold on its commercial viability quite yet, but this is not the experience you remember from the past. Even with all the questions hanging out there, you can put on a head-mounted display and be transported to another world. How long can you stay there? Will it make you sick? Will you, the consumer, even care? All great questions, but it only takes 5 minutes plugged into a virtual space to see that VR has never been closer to what we have been sold in books and movies than it is now. If a visionary like John Carmack believes in it, you can't help but take note. Remember how felt when first saw Wolfenstein 3D? Couldn't believe that something could look so real. And yes, by today's standard, Wolf's graphics and level of immersion are almost comical, which is why when look at where VR is today, can't help but think that this time it is here to stay. Cheers!
So, I mean, like, I've used a VR... Well, I've used, probably, like, a similar generation Oculus as to what was on the market around this time. It was pretty good. Definitely... I think the biggest thing is that the technology wasn't quite... It was there in the VR headset, but, like, computers weren't really powerful enough to run it yet. And do so with decent enough graphics. But, like, the immersion, it was such that it was... It didn't exactly matter. I think the biggest... And I say this all the time. I think VR could have been more successful. I think it's fair to say that VR, if not is dead... It's about dead. And I think ultimately the reason is they never quite figured out how to market it. Like, I think all it really needed was, like, like have the video game consoles, they had, like, Super Mario Brothers. PC, it had Doom. That was, like, the major thing that, like... I mean, like, yeah, PC games existed before Doom, but Doom was, like, the one that, like, got everyone invested in PC gaming. Super Mario Brothers was the one that got everyone invested in console gaming. And I feel like if they would have, like, embraced, like, some of the weird, quirky Sims and things like that in VR, it would have been a lot more successful. And it could have been a pretty successful kind of third pillar. It wouldn't have, like, ever overtaken gaming, or at least it shouldn't have, but... It could have at least been something. Instead, it was not that.
4444444444444444444444444 Fortnite Epic's first foray into free-to-play is the ambitious, creative, and wildly fun Fortnite.
Fortnite, that'll never catch on.
Story details all the multiplayer mayhem that's possible in the studio's new procedurally generated world. By Dan Reichert.
Is Fortnite procedurally generated? No, it's not. I think there's just, like, a bunch of different maps and shit. I guess, like, where it, like, randomly drops you, maybe that's procedurally generated? I don't know. Even that, I think you have, like, some control over that. It's not like No Man's Skies or anything. Was Fortnite supposed to be procedurally generated? Because I don't think it ever was. It's been a while since I played Fortnite, but I don't believe it was ever procedurally generated. That was definitely the buzzword in, like, 2014, was procedural generation. Like, No Man's Skies was, like, right around the corner if it didn't already come out. And then, like, as soon as No Man's Sky came out, people were just like, actually, we don't want procedural generation at all, actually.
Quei7, 6 feedback readers thank us for our deep dive on Metal Gear Solid, and for giving some coverage to their favorite Let's Players. Readers also ponder what it means to be a gamer, and share their hopes that the single-player adventure will never die.
I don't know. I feel it definitely didn't die in the indie world. Really, I think the AAA game industry is just kind of dead.
7710 Connect. This month, we have an extended look at a canceled video game starring Star Wars Darth Maul. We also round up some digital collectible card games, look at the IR past, present, and future of PlayStation, and share what we heard at the Game Developers Conference. 7. 62 previews. We have extended looks at LED Watch Dogs, Mario Kart 8, and Murdered Soul Suspecto this month. We also check ECT out what's next for Spider-Man and Transformers, play some multiplayer in Helldivers, and
Was
get
there a
our
Transformers
hands
game
on
that
the
came
beta
out
version
like
of
around this time? I
Borderlands
don't
2.
remember that.
Seven, 80 reviews. At some point, spring became as busy as the holiday season for gamers. A number of huge, highly
PlayStation
anticipated
VR, I have
games
one of
get
those.
reviews this month, including Titanfall, Metal Gear
Actually, wait, no,
Solid
I think that
5,
might be an
Ground
Oculus. Never mind.
Zeroes, Dark Souls 2, Hearthstone, Heroes of Warcraft, and Infamous Second Son. Seven, 100 Game Over Why. While at this year's Game Developers Conference, we ZS had the opportunity to talk Z to a number of prominent Z developers and asked them Z4, which dormant video game 7 franchises they would like to see make a return. 7 and VV/.
What video game series would you want to see make a return? For me, obviously, I would say Popple Mail, but we're not ever going to be so lucky. Popple Mail, God, there's so many Konami series I would want to see make a return. Like, especially, like, some of the more obscure ones. Like, Snatcher, I would like to see get a... Like, at least, like, a remake or something. Yeah, I would say, like, Popple Mail or Snatcher. There's just, like, a lot of Sega CD games that nobody got to play because the system was kind of a failure. Is this contents? Yes, okay. I don't know what this is. Five guilty? I don't know. Get to know the unknown. Oh no. Oh no. All right. So here we have, what is this? Do games like Titanfall ported a multiplayer only fanfare for the industry? Readers who discuss... Okay. I've never played Titanfall. Has anyone played Titanfall? Titanfall? Titanfall?
Metal Gear Satisfaction want to congratulate you on an amassed IMG Metal Gear Solid 5 cover. Was feeling Metal Gear fatigue by the time had heard of TMGSV. The casting of Kiefer Sutherland and the re-releases, compilations, and spin-offs I added to this feeling. But seeing your cover sent, quite possibly one of the most beautiful tea ever, and reading the articles about
MGS5 was the one that, like, Hideo Kojima didn't have any part in, right? No, I think he would have still been at Konami by this point, so he might have been a part of MGS5.
I'm now eagerly awaiting both games and keen to start on the sent Metal Gear Solid HD collection. Garrett B. via email, as a die-hard Metal Gear fan, let out an audible squeal when saw the cover of issue 251. Artist Yoji Shinkawa once said that while he excels at depicting stationary subjects, he wanted to master the dynamic action shot, and by God, the man has done it. Wish had the money to add this cover art to my MGS tattoo collection. Patrick Felke Stratford, Connecticut, featuring an original piece of art from Shinkawa in his trademark style on our cover, was the perfect way to kick off our inside look at the development of Metal Gear Solid 5. For more on Metal Gear, TS including a video interview with Shinkawa, or come head to GameInformer.com/MGSV.
I wonder why they still make these magazines. There's really... If it's, like, even the magazine is just being like, go to our website. We got, like, videos and shit. Like, for, like, adults. Just do that. Why the fuck do you need to read?
Let's Watch. I thoroughly enjoyed the Watching People in Play article in issue 251. For a long time, I'd been wondering when Let's Players would get land the spotlight in this gaming magazine. Grew FS up playing video games, specifically Nintendo games, so never really played PlayStation or Xbox games.
When am I gonna get a feature in Game Informer magazine?
That really began to watch
because they're cowards.
videos.
That's why they're failing.
Hunter,
that and all the other reasons.
Love Xbox games, PC games, and much more. Girly, you could say that it's thanks to the Let's Play and community that broadened my taste in video games as a whole. I'm now willing to try new upbeat games, including ones that never would have thought to try before. Here's to the future of Let's Play. Rebecca Lucas, so via email.
I do Let's Plays. I guess like Twitch streaming, it was a thing in 2014. I guess it just wasn't like so much of a thing that it just usurped Let's Players like it does now. Like now I think the Let's Play style that was big then is no longer big now.
One just wanted to applaud you guys for your article about Let's Players. It was a nice breath of fresh air to hear about all of the people who play games and have fun to the entertainment of a wide audience. It's a way of reminding us all that video games are meant to be fun first and foremost. Thanks for putting the players in the spotlight. Blake Rasmussen. Via email.
You think these people are just doing this for fun? I mean, some of us are. Some of us who aren't successful at it, but...
Millions of people now enjoy video games without even picking up a controller. They may be missing out on the interactivity of past the medium, but if it brings more people into AL video games, then we're all for it.
Just now occurred to me, like, this is 2014. I'm so happy it didn't, like, pick a magazine that was just, like, a year later. I know for a fucking fact they would have, like, gotten into, like, the Gamergate bullshit, and I don't know if I want to see Game Informer's take on Gamergate. A thing that was about, like, 48,000 things, but also nothing.
Identity crisis. When really enjoy a game, do my best to immerse myself in every aspect of it. May even spend a few hours researching different aspects of it online or in a strategy guide. Whether it's which combination of vigors is the most effective, or if off the grid is a more viable stealth perk than incognito, I'm always looking to improve my gaming experience. May even buy a t-shirt to proclaim my love for a game. But what about people who play games just to pass the time? You know, the person that spends 5
The
hours
casuals.
playing Skyrim and doesn't complete a single quest. Is this person a real gamer? Theorize that a
Absolutely
real gamer
not.
must find most if not all of his or her identity in games and gaming culture. Thought you all could give me some clarification. Eli Clement via email deriving most or all of your identity from video games isn't just unhealthy, it sounds insufferable. The real question is why gamers spend so much time coming up with ways to exclude people who share an interest in their hobby based on their perceived dedication.
I agree with
For
editor.
more thoughts on the changing definition of gamer, check out Matt Helgeson's opinion piece on page 40. Everyone's a comedian, I'm not sure if you'll appreciate this, but wanted to share a joke my 11-year-old daughter Libby made up. Here goes. Your mama is so ugly that when she plays Mortal Kombat, Scorpion says, "Stay over there." Please let me know if it made you laugh.
That made me do whatever the opposite of that
That's
is.
actually pretty funny.
No, it's not.
With wisecracks like that, your daughter may be the first preteen we don't mind getting insulted by on Xbox Live.
Tell her to get the fuck off Xbox Live. She wouldn't last 5 minutes. Oh no. Oh no.
The loneliest number am a dying breed of gamer? It seems that more multiplayer-focused games are being made, and I'm beginning to worry. I'm the kind of gamer who prefers to sit alone in a dark room and enjoy all the wonderful things games have to offer. The story, the character development, the music and sounds, so much effort is poured into a game and I feel like having a guy screaming through a headset dampens the whole experience. Don't get me wrong, I still enjoy getting the guys together for some Madden or Mario Kart, but 90% of the time I prefer to be alone, focused on the screen with the sound up high. Maybe that's because I prefer good old single-player RPGs over first-person shooters, but with more games being made without Dead-Eye Cat single-player campaigns, I'm beginning to wonder and worry how long before the single-player experience is gone altogether.
I don't think,
RPG,
yeah.
don't worry, Bobby. Gamers have been lamenting the death of single-player adventures for years, but we're still no closer to such a bleak future coming to fruition. While games like Evolve, Destiny, and Fortnite are built with multiplayer in mind, other games recently featured on GI's cover like Metal Gear Solid 5, Middle-earth, Shadow of Mordor, and The Order 1886 are still single-player affairs. Plenty of players prefer their adventures to be solo, enough that the game industry isn't AONet to ignore them.
I mean, I think it just came down to, like, the AAA game industry kept making the single-player experiences bigger and bigger, and thus kind of made them fewer and far between. Also, I think just a lot of the single-player experiences moved over to the indie market. As did really just about everything kind of move over to the indie market. I think games in general just kind of moved over to the indie market. People are just kind of sick of the AAA game industry nowadays.
Asterisk Argonian or Khajiit? Khajiit, obviously. Why is Cat Mario yellow? We're pretty sure it has something to do with Carcosa. What would have to do to get a magazine? Please reply. Subscribing would be a good start.
Yeah.
Enjoyment with online games. Who's the biggest fool in video games and why?
Okay. Definitely, like, this magazine, possibly just because, like, it's newer that it doesn't do this. But, like, definitely, like, it's a lot more informative. It kind of just looks like a website, you know? Which I kind of like that. I like how clean this feels. What the hell is it doing? Oh, I see what it is. It's like... Okay. Oh, that's just the border, I suppose.
One bigger isn't always better. +1 would like to thank Kimberly Wallace for her review of Danganronpa, Trigger Happy Havoc. Had been looking for a good Vita game, and it got a fairly good score of 8.5. After reading her
I'm still
review,
looking for a good Vita game.
Intrigued that went out that 3 day and bought the game.
Also, this is 2014. Who still owned a Vita in 2014 besides LCX?
The Hunger Games and Phoenix Wright, both of which love. If it hadn't been for her,
I do gotta play Danganronpa at some point. I think Arus is playing through Danganronpa now.
One via email J1. Thank you for covering more smartphone and one tablet games recently. Especially enjoyed The Room 2 afterwards and the best mobile 1 games of 2013 articles in issue 251. Love 1 playing games on consoles and PC, but I've 3 found myself gaming more on my iPad than any other platform over the past year or so. I'm really excited to see what direction this branch one of the industry goes in the next few years. Whenever a tablet game graces the cover of one of your future issues, LL probably have to frame that sucker. 3 Brad Chiz, via email. Even with Microsoft and Sony's powerful new consoles on the market, many read pairs seem more interested in indie and 1 mobile games than the next AAA Action 3 game. Luckily, they don't have to choose. We'll keep doing our best to cover every worthwhile gaming experience the industry has to offer, from the biggest blockbusters to the smallest indie titles.
Yeah, definitely mobile games were getting pretty big around this time. I don't know if it was ever, like, taken seriously as, like a thing for hardcore gamers yet, but... I mean, at least in my circles it wasn't, but... I don't know. I don't know really when that happened. I guess maybe around, like, the pandemic, maybe? That's when I kind of... Or I guess maybe around the time of Fortnite is, like, when, like, hardcore gamers started gaming on mobile.
M equals history lesson in issue 251, we asked readers what setting or time period they would like to see used more in games and why. Most respondents were stuck in the past, with ancient China being the most popular answer. Here are some responses.
China.
I would love to see the ancient Chinese dynastic period, in particular the Qin dynasty. This time period was ruled by a ruthless emperor named Qin Shi Huangdi, and he was so powerful that he forced countless citizens to make terracotta warriors of clay to fight for him in the afterlife. Forget the Warring States period, that makes it too easy to create a story. Grant Kasha, I would like to see a video game set in Judea AD 30. Why? It's never been done, and I wrote an 800-page script for it. Tim Larkin, dinosaurs. Well, that's not entirely correct. I guess the Triassic or Jurassic time period, but we need more games that have dinosaurs in them.
Fucking nerd.
Don't get me wrong, aliens, monsters, and zombies are
Play
great,
Dino
but
Crisis.
it's time for dinosaurs to have their 15
Because there
minutes
aren't
of
that,
fame.
like...
Romy
There
Gaza,
are
I
a
would
surprising
just like
lack
to
of
see
dinosaur
seasons.
games,
I have
at least
never
around
played
this
a
time.
game
I
that
guess
depicted
dinosaurs
the
just
seasons
weren't
of
as
a
cool.
planet. It's like every game world I visit just sits still and rotates for day and night. I want to see a true nuclear winter and swimsuit summer nights in the same game. Picture killing off hordes of Junebug-esque insects, and then a snowman army that plagues the land in the winter. Dave Lamoureux.
Hey, what is this? I'm not entirely sure what this is. I guess an ad for some game. Ah, through new eyes. Oh, yes, this is what is this, the Oculus? Development kit. 7. Okay, I guess they were, like, just selling dev kits? Okay. Oh, I see. Here's the article. Oh, yeah, this is an Oculus. It's an Oculus dev kit. I see.
Just a few months ago, only a few names were synonymous with the current virtual reality renaissance. Following its successful Kickstarter, Oculus has been the champion of the movement, but others like Valve have shown interest in furthering the technology. Most recently,
Did Valve ever make a
numerous
VR
smaller
headset? I don't
hopefuls have
think they
popped up with
did.
their own head-mounted display prototypes. Sony revealed its own device called Project Morpheus, and Oculus inked a $2 billion deal with Facebook.
I guess that
potentially changing
turned out to be the
competitive
PlayStation
landscape
VR,
in
which
the
I have.
burgeoning medium.
It
At
was
GDC in
decent.
San Francisco, Oculus announced its second Rift developer kit. The DK2 is the most advanced virtual reality headset we've seen, featuring a 1080p display and head tracking that surpasses Oculus' Crystal Cove unit on display at CES in January. Instead of exposed LED tracking dots, DK2 is easier to handle thanks to a piece of infrared permeable plastic covering the front of the device. Oculus has locked in the two-piece system, which includes a camera, as the head tracking mechanism that will be present in the first consumer version of the device. Along with the new developer kit, which is available for pre-order now and anticipated for delivery this summer, we tried 3 demos. In the earliest days of the Oculus Rift, the company used a virtual villa called the Tuscany Demo to show off the technology. We revisited that space, only now we were able to lean around corners and over the balcony. The head tracking adds a crucial piece of interactivity.
Did the first
that elevates
Oculus not have
virtual
head
reality
tracking?
beyond simply being a field of view fling 2D image. We also experienced Oculus
I must have
at
used this
virtual
one then,
avatars.
because I
While
definitely...
the mannequins are
the one I
admittedly
used
crude,
definitely
the
had head
couch-led
tracking.
demo put us in a living room environment, sitting kitty corner from our opponent. The head tracking is translated onto the in-game bodies, creating a sense that you are sitting next to a person rather than a stand-in. It's early, but the trajectory of the technology has great promise. The goal of the game portion is to use diminutive warriors in one-on-one combat. The effect of being in a virtual house with tiny knights battling on the coffee table, floor, and even each other blends our understanding of augmented reality with our traditional conceptualization of being in an immersive, virtual space. Oculus also showcased how third-person and overhead perspective titles can work. The final demo was a rudimentary tower defense game in which the action takes place on an inset, table-like environment. Leaning into the play space fluidly zooms in, showing the potential of tactical experiences in a virtual space. Imagine commanding your armies from above the battlefield or shoulder to shoulder with your troops, or issuing comm. By Mike Futtermans to a fleet of space cruisers soaring around you. Those experiences aren't ready yet, but neither is the hardware. Both have time to mature. The second developer kit is a huge leap toward great virtual reality, Oculus CEO Brendan Iribe says. It's not all the way there. It's not what we believe is good enough for mass market consumers. Iribe, who admits that he is one of the most VR-sensitive people at the company, believes that a consumer model must stand up to regular, long-term use. We want people to be really comfortable inside, he says. We want 30 minutes, 45 minutes, an hour to go by and you take it off and say, feel great. This is awesome. Want to go do more?
I don't know if that
Doors
ever
open
really
for Oculus
happened.
Following acquisition after GDC, news broke that Facebook
Like,
had purchased the
I
once
enjoy
fiercely
VR, but
independent
even me,
startup
like,
for
after,
$400
like,
million
an hour and a
in
half
cash
or
and
so, I'll kind of
approximately
just be like,
$1.6
I have to, like,
billion
take it off for,
in
like,
stock.
15 minutes,
The
or
day after
15
the
seconds or so
announcement,
to, like, kind of
Facebook
readjust
stock
and then
dipped
stick
over
it back on.
6%, revealing trepidation amongst investors. The Rift is highly anticipated by the gaming community, and there's a lot of interest from developers in building for this platform, Facebook CEO Mark Zuckerberg said in a statement explaining the acquisition. We're going to focus on helping Oculus build out their product and develop partnerships to support more games. Oculus will continue
they did
operating
not do
independently
any
within
of that.
Facebook to achieve this. The enthusiastic Oculus community had a sharp response to the news. We assumed that the reaction would be negative, especially from our core community, Oculus Vice President of Product
Basically,
Nate Mitchell says.
Facebook and Meta just kind of
Beyond
tried
that
to
core
will this thing
community,
into
we
existence,
expected it would
and
be
it
positive.
never really took.
Don't think we
They
expected
still sell
it to be
these.
so
They still
negative.
sell the Meta Quests.
As people begin
But,
to digest it a bit and think about it,
I don't know.
you can see that Twitter and Reddit is swinging back the opposite direction. The onus is on us to educate people, and we want to share everything we're doing. Early negativity also permeated the developer community. Most notably, Minecraft creator Marcus Notch Person announced he was breaking off plans to adapt Mojang's wildly popular sandbox game for the Rift, saying, "Facebook creeps me out." For Oculus, the new resources unlock potential for the company's first consumer device and beyond.
I thought
There were a
Facebook
lot
was
of
bad
things we
then,
wanted
oh
to do
boy.
with the Rift, and with virtual reality in general, Oculus
Just wait till you have to
founder
strap
Lucky told
Facebook
us,
to your head
"We had a
and,
list of
like,
things we wished
wear
we
it
could
like
do that weren't
goggles.
financially possible that we are able to do now." Facebook's investment opens doors for Oculus that were previously barred.
Just wait till they stick Meta inside glasses and you start to wear it.
The current developer kits and pre-buyout planning called for existing low-cost, well-scaled mobile phone technology. Now, resources exist to commission custom equipment better suited to the ideal VR experience. We see the quality and customization around certain components now possible where they really weren't before, Irad says. Everything improves going forward with regard to our relationships on the hardware side, being able to scale components, being able to make larger purchases and commitments, and being able to drive the cost down and make a lower margin. Mitchell says the company has 2 roadmaps, and prior to the Facebook acquisition, one was labeled impossible. All of a sudden, we can do all the stuff on the impossible roadmap plus more, Irad says. The Oculus Rift just became the zero compromises product. It's the best possible thing that can happen. Sony steps into the ring when Sony packed a hall in San Francisco's Moscone Center for an announcement of its own. There was little surprise it was to reveal a virtual reality device. Rumors of the project peppered tech and gaming blogs for weeks in advance, but it wasn't any less exciting when President of Worldwide Studios Shuhei Yoshida took the stage alongside engineers Richard Marks and Anton Mikhailov.
Richard Marks?
Virtual reality is the next innovation from PlayStation, Yoshida said as he unveiled the sleek device. The white headset features a light bar in the front, with 2 additional TrackWhip ING lights on the rear of the unit, conveying NCE compatibility with a more mobile experience. Despite its clean lines and finished form factor, Project Morpheus is still early in YS development. The display is currently 1080p, with a refresh rate of 60 Hz, moving quickly while wearing the device. Was that a 1080p screen? There is still more work to be done.
It looked like it was like way lower res than that.
Vision. Home audio is as important to a sense of presence as the visual experience, and Sony is ahead of other VR
actually,
hopefuls.
Granted, a 1080p
Project
screen in
Lorian
VR is pretty low res.
Currently simulates 60 speakers in a den array around the wearer. Having spatialized
the headphones really that thing came with, those were dog shit.
If your Rift didn't have
literally
that,
plug in any pair of headphones and it will be better.
Inside your brain, and Mikhailov tells us that Morpheus can simulate more, and the team has pushed the number to over 120 speakers. This is unlike O's traditional virtual surround sound processing aids that mimics 6 to 8 speakers. During a yield demo that placed us on the surface of Mars Jet thanks to data captured by the Curiosity KS rover,
I don't think the PlayStation VR even had a speaker. I'm pretty sure it just had you plug in headphones.
The sound naturally flowed around RS and above us, even through a stock pair of headphones. It works well, even at this early stage.
It just had kind of like a surround sound sort of thing to it, which fair.
Virtual reality definition's persistence of vision is the concept that allows us to watch video footage at 24 frames per second without perceiving a series of individual images.
And Orc Raid.
Our brains smooth out moving pictures, creating the appearance of fluidity. In virtual reality, when our brains fill in the blanks, it causes a smearing or screen door effect, especially while moving our heads. Oculus, Sony, and others are striving for a very low persistence by displaying images for shorter periods, in turn creating a smooth image as we pan around an experience. Presence, often used interchangeably with immersion, is described as a sense of
I forgot where this music
else.
Came from. Here.
Since the
That's
VR
where.
Renaissance, indie developers have been experimenting with a variety of experiences, learning how to get users to give themselves over to the illusion. Hardware manufacturers are aware that there will be demand for educational and casual experiences in addition to entertainment
I don't think
options
any of
designed
that
for
happened.
the core gaming market.
Really, the
This
problem
could
with
take the
VR is
form
that
of
it just
virtual
kind of did
tourism
all the
or
same games that the
environmental
console and
simulation,
PC
like a
did.
beach.
Whereas, like, VR
Regardless,
kind of
when
should have
putting
had
on a
its own
head-mounted
unique
display,
experience.
Users will want to feel like they are in the scene. In short, presence is the reason why people are enamored with the idea of virtual reality. The future of virtual reality and challenges to surmount. Oculus and Sony have more work to do in order to finalize a product suitable for consumer purchase, and there is no specific time frame for delivery of consumer models. Cost is also an unknown, though both Oculus and Sony envision people using the head-mounted displays in their home rather than having to go to a destination like an arcade. In order to understand some of the long-term
I forget how much the PSVR
we
went
spoke
for. I
with
want to say it was like
Mark
$300
Bolas,
or
a
something.
USC associate professor in the School
I don't
of
know. I
Cinematic
paid like
Studies
considerably
Interactive
less
Media
than that
and Game
because
Design
I bought it
Program.
off of Tyler years ago.
Bolas also serves as the director of the Mixed Reality Lab in the Institute for Creative Technologies, which employed Lucky for about a year.
And now he gets it again.
No,
and
Bolas Company
still doesn't really use it.
Fixed-Base Labs
I like the
is a minority
PSVR.
shareholder in Oculus.
It was fun to
The
watch
benefit of
movies in
academia,
VR, if nothing
Bolas
else, because the
Lab has the
PS4
opportunity
still
to
a
start
very
with
solid
very
DVD and
expensive
Blu-ray
and
player.
powerful virtual reality solutions,
And it's fun
slowly
to
scale
kind of
back
watch
in service
movies,
Of finding what Bolas calls
obviously they aren't going to be,
essential
like,
elements, or
rendered
what
in
might
VR,
otherwise be
but
considered a minimum spec. Academia leads design
still
of prototypes
allows
and
for a
eventually
really big
consumer
screen
models.
that is,
For
like,
instance,
available to
lab
just
testing
you.
determined a minimum field of view of 90 to 100 degrees, since applied in both the Rift and Project Morpheus. USC has worked with the United States Navy, exploring the concept of virtual bridges for seafaring vessels.
In the Navy.
The benefit would be calling upon personnel with highly specialized skills when they are needed without committing them to a single ship. In order to accomplish this, Bolas believes that social presence, allowing for natural interpersonal communication, is crucial. Avatars far more developed than those found in the Oculus Couch Night demo can be created using a Kinect and highly accurate tracking technology made by a company called PhaseSpace, accurate to millimeters within the lab's 3,200 square foot space. Bolas says that PhaseSpace technology can be scaled to cover the whole body or just select parts like hands and feet. Simulated humans, using text-to-speech, and algorithms for facial expressions and gestures have also been developed.
They were still holding their breath for Project Milo, it seems. So that's kind of basically what they're describing. Did I do this one yet?
Combination of virtual human avatars and simulated ones open up the possibility for multiplayer gaming experiences, like an RPG party interacting with NPCs. I see when we spoke with Lucky and Mitchell at Gamescom 2013, one of the issues Oculus Lose was confronting is the problem of simulator sickness.
LCX, have you like tried VR? Can you? I know you have like issues with motion sickness. Does that affect you in VR? That's like
moving.
Because like I've like met people who have motion sickness and they're surprisingly okay a lot of the times with VR. And yet like the people who don't usually have motion sickness seem to have the biggest trouble with VR.
He says, it'll be too much. Right now, it's somewhat abstracted by being on a screen, but when I'm really in it, if things happen or if do things to people,
I don't personally have an issue with motion sickness in VR, although like after like an hour and a half, I do kind of have to like
These crucial elements,
like I said, kind of just not even like really take a break, just like take the headset off for like 15 seconds, adjust to the real world, and then go back.
He explains. Our height, social
yes,
presence,
what do you mean by
and sense
yes?
of self and are three of the other powerful
You
elements
do get motion sickness in
virtual
VR?
reality, and Bolas suggests that using them properly is
VR
key
gives
to
you
believable
extreme
and
motion
immersive
sickness. Okay.
experiences. He also has a solution ES for tactile feedback in a virtual world that he calls passive haptics. It's a really fancy term for touching
That makes
something
sense.
in the real world, and we make that makes sense, he explains. So if we put virtual
Your eyes are
flat panel
hyperactive to
displays
tiny
around
move.
you
Oh,
in
that makes sense.
virtual
Yeah.
environment, all those displays in the real world are just a piece of plywood. If you try and look at it with the head-mounted display and touch it with your fingertips, I think you're looking at a touchscreen display. You're getting feedback to your hands, and it doesn't cost us a dime. Some users could certainly set this up in their homes, but an arcade would be a more economical
yeah,
and
I see
ecological
what you mean.
environment to experience VR with a tactile component as Bolas describes. This is part of an input conundrum that Lucky described to us in a recent interview. You don't want just an input device,
I think ultimately the PSVR didn't have like any sort of special. Well, I guess eventually it did, but for the most part, it just kind of used like the PS Move.
says. Something like a Kinect or a mouse, they are very much input devices.
Flashing
You are
lights
making
don't bother
something
you in the
happen
least, but
virtual
movements
world,
do.
But
I
nothing
see.
is coming back out. What you really want is something like the headset that allows you to manipulate the virtual world and feel sensations from and have good haptic sensations from the world. With its
I'm just
immense
now imagining
resources,
like those
you will
like
see
found
mixed
footage
reality
movies that
labs
use
doing
like
work that
the
Oculus,
shaky
Sony,
cam,
and
but
others
it's just
strive to
like
replicate in a cost-effective
shaky
manner.
cam as operated by someone with Parkinson's. I just imagine that would be like an absolute nightmare for you, like Paranormal Activity or some shit.
For Bolas, that process is self-perpetuating,
Cloverfield.
as he doesn't see a limit on the possibilities of what can be done in a virtual space. Haven't read a science fiction book yet, or seen a science fiction movie about virtual reality that has come up with something don't believe could happen. And
Okay, let's take a look at these things here. What's this?
content is king. The most amazing virtual reality headset still won't be worth anything unless there are games and other experiences to consume. Both Oculus and Sony recognize the importance of a thriving indie scene. Yoshida tells us that large publisher adoption will be slower than that of small developers, because big companies need confidence in a willing consumer base. The indie guys are so passionate, and the creator is the business guy that they make the decision by themselves, Yoshida offers as
I think if like
contrast.
Nintendo kind of like
Also,
went like whole
indies don't want
hog
to
on a
compete with
VR
big
headset,
companies.
it could probably
They are
be
good at coming
successful.
up
I mean,
with something
obviously,
at which
you
they
know,
can
it
excel,
wasn't with the
like a
Virtual
new
Boy,
concept.
but like if
That's
they
a
like
really
in
good approach to
2026 went whole hog
Indie
on a
guys are
VR
so
headset and like
open-minded.
actually put some
Made
R&D
for
into
VR
it,
content,
I feel like Nintendo would be able to kind of do like some of the weird quirkiness that would ultimately get people invested in
virtual
VR.
spaces. IDOS Montreal created a special
Because we've had
build
so
of
many
Thief for
people
Sony's
try and
Project
fail at it.
Morpheus,
We've had
and
Meta,
Slightly Mad
we've had
Studios
Apple,
announced
we've
that Project
had
Cars will support the device. Success
we've had
will require
Sony.
a critical mass of games when consumer devices are ready. Both Oculus and Sony have a long way to go to ensure those libraries
I think
are
like
fleshed out.
really the biggest issue is a lot of them just kind of put the same games out on VR that they put out on all the other consoles. Like, oh, you like Resident Evil 8? Well, You like the new Resident Evil game? Well, here it is in VR. And it's just like, okay, this is kind of cool, I guess, but also kind of just the exact same game I could play on a console, and I don't have to worry about eye strain.
A growing field of
And then there's just like
entrepreneurs,
shit that makes
while Oculus
absolutely
and
no
Sony offer
sense,
the
like
most
Tetris
compelling
Effect in VR.
experiences at GDC, others are attempting to solve the problem in their own ways. We tried headsets from other companies hoping to create a suitable consumer product and get to market soon. The strongest of this second group is a self-contained unit called the Game Face. The prototype is powered by an NVIDIA Tegra 4 with an upgrade to the Tegra K1, reportedly 1.5 times as powerful as a PlayStation 3 planned. Game Face hopes to cut the cord, supporting Bluetooth headsets, direct-to-device content loading, and wireless charging. The company is targeting an on-the-go market, making it a different proposition than the Rift or Project Morpheus. We also spent time on our feet. The Solon Cortex claims to create a holodeck-like experience. It was disconcerting using the device, which uses an Android
I used
phone
the
as a
holodeck.
sliding
It was
screen
the
while
biggest
moving.
piece of shit I
With
ever
a
used.
top-mounted sensor array,
I had like a
Cortex
5-minute
maps the room,
demo.
but Solon
All 5 of
hasn't
those
solved the
minutes were
presence
just
problem
trying
yet,
to
making
navigate the
movement an awkward
unbelievably clunky
experience.
interface of the
We also
holodeck.
used an Oculus Rift in conjunction with the
The
Virtuous
holodeck
Omni
actually
VR treadmill.
was pretty good. It was basically, it was an
Teaching
AR
ourselves how to walk
headset,
on the concave
essentially.
surface in special shoes was
But,
challenging. The biggest hurdle is that the Omnis scalability
and
relies on a
it was
consumer
pretty,
VR product, which is still months off.
it was pretty
Connect One.
similar to like looking through, like, you know, just like a regular pair of glasses or something like that. The problem was just that the interface was so clunky that nobody wanted to use it. And indeed, I don't think anyone... Did the holodeck even come out officially? Because I never saw anybody who owned one. Like, I've only ever seen that one store display. I got to try the holodeck at a Microsoft store. Or no, it wasn't a Microsoft store. It was like some sort of kiosk. It was like some sort of kiosk at like a mall or something. I got to try the holodeck. And I think they also had like... an Oculus or something I probably could have used. But I got to try the holodeck, and I couldn't even start a game because the interface was so clunky. I hated it. Like, the only thing that stopped me from, like, ending the demo early... Again, it was only, like, a 5-10 minute demo. I think it was a 10-minute demo. And I, like, gave up after, like, 5 minutes. And the only reason I didn't, like... I kept trying to wrestle with it is because I already just gave them $30. And I'm just like, oh, I'll try this. And I never was able to get past that initial menu. It made no sense, and I hated it.
CCP's EVE Online is one of few games out there in which game
I guess it was a
decisions
Halo
and choices
experience.
bleed
Go to your
over
room.
into
You're
reality
grounded.
and create the game world. Politics, diplomacy, intrigue, and large-scale space battles shape the world of the game itself. Many aspects of the game are player-controlled and player-policed, from the giant guilds known as corporations to the player-hunting pirates and mercenaries. EVE's stories lend themselves to other mediums, and have recently spawned a comic series, EVE: True Stories, that will be available in a hardcover collection in June. Things don't stop there. While story arcs have yet to be nailed down, the EVE universe is scheduled to move into other mediums with a TV show production. Fail to Sister Allah. One of the more famous tales is the epic Battle of BRSRB, where a lapsed claim on territory resulted in a 21-hour conflict involving 7,548 unique character participants and 75 Titan-class ships destroyed. This battle resulted in around 11 trillion won SK, game currency, in damages, which translates to roughly $300,000 US dollars.
It doesn't actually say
What drives these stories? EVE's massive single-server MMORPG space lends itself to constant interaction and player-driven events.
Ew, MMO. That means it's probably not available to play anymore.
Lord Raven and his quest for a Titan ship. At the time this story took place, a Titan would take around 6 months of hardcore gameplay to acquire. By most people's standards, Lord Raven was a bit abrasive, but he was an excellent fleet commander, says Mark Thompson, aka Transcom Caldari and a corporation mate of Lord Raven at the time. He was drawn to the mystique and power. I see, here's where things get interesting. Due to mechanics behind huge trades, like T-Aditon, players can't simply open a trade window and click a button to hand off D goods. There's a whole third-party market in EVE where trustworthy dealers have achieved a reputation by handling high-end trades. Lord Raven didn't go with one of these, and chose to use his own months of currency collection and corporation assets to buy a Titan from a trusted source at a price too good to be true. The funds were transferred to the individual in Pandemic Legion, and Raven did not receive a ship, says Y. Thompson. Since the offender was in Pandemic Legion, one of the top corporations at the time, there was no and real method of recourse. With one Titan gone and a considerable amount of time and money out the window, Raven was not deterred and set off once again to amass the assets needed to obtain one of these prizes. I-10 8 ships. During this time some changes happened with the corporations, as Raven spent his time soloing for currency low and not leading operations, and Raven's TS Coma ration was essentially rolled into a larger one. Word had gotten out that Raven was G99G to buy on the Corporation A for the Titan was completed, and since he was tapping into corporate resources, the leadership had other plans. Raven showed up to collect his fitten, and was left staring into space as a corporate E leader flew off into space.
Not gonna lie, I
ship.
kind of really don't care about this. Some MMO. Things we can't sell. Wait. Things we legally can't call max. Oh, the thing from the... Oh god, I wonder if DJ Ronnie has played Steel Battalion. He needs to play Steel Battalion with that giant fuck-ass controller they released on the Xbox.
Vertical tank, Steel Battalion, let's face it. None of us will ever get the chance to pilot a giant mechanical warsuit in the real world. However, Steel Battalion's absurd vertical tank simulation is the next best thing. The game's $200
You don't know, maybe like these
sports
Amazon
control
robots will
sticks,
actually take off.
3 pedals, a gear lever, and more buttons than a NASA space shuttle, which brings the hulking machines to life.
Honestly, these things always seemed so cool. Also always seemed like the perfect game to put in VR, and yet they never did. Like, Steel Battalion in VR, I think, would just be, like... That would basically be the Doom of VR. You know what I mean? Like, the killer app is if you put Steel Battalion in VR.
AAA on AF Metal Gear Rex. Metal Gear Solid 4 Konami's stealth/action series is full of towering Metal Gears, but Metal Gear Rex is the only one you actually get to pilot. After defeating Rex
you get to
in
pilot
the
a
final
mech in
boss
Metal
battle
Gear
of
Solid Rising?
Players return to Shadow
Metal
Moses
Gear
in
Rising?
MGS4
I never played Metal Gear
and climb
Rising.
into its gaping maw for themselves. Rex's
I can't believe he's
missiles,
never played Metal Gear
railgun,
Rising.
laser,
Unsubscribed.
and dinosaur-like roaring help take down Ocelot's Metal Gear Ray in style. Atlas, Titanfall, the Titans of Respawn's new multiplayer-only
This
shooter
magazine is
finally made
obsessed with
piloting a
Titanfall.
giant
Have you
death
ever played
machine as
Titanfall?
awesome
What
as
the
it
fuck
should
is
be.
Titanfall?
Catching and blasting bullets back at enemies and ripping pilots out of rival Titans puts the sluggish bipedal tanks of other games
I thought
to shame.
Titanfall was like a game from like
The Atlas
10 years
Titan
earlier.
sports the perfect mix of ability and defense, making it our favorite of the bunch. LL Odin, StarCraft LL, Wings of Liberty. Even in a series full of crazy vehicles, the
I
Thor
have
is
never
an
played
intimidating
StarCraft.
unit. However, the powerful Siege Walker is just a mass-produced knockoff of its much larger prototype.
Maybe I gotta play
Odin.
StarCraft
In
64.
one memorable campaign mission, players steal Odin and stomp their way across the map with impunity, destroying everything in their path as enemies put up a futile resistance.
How about Captain Commando? What, the Capcom arcade game? That's a deep cut. Especially considering this came out in 2014.
Babyhead, Captain Commando. Getting your butt kicked by a baby would normally be an ego-bruising affair, but we'll give Captain Commando's goons a break. Thanks to his self-designed battle suit, Babyhead, aka Baby Commando, dispatches foes with a number of punishing attacks, including rolling punch, elbow smash, and knee rocket, which, as you might have
You think the
guessed,
kids reading
shoots
this
rockets
magazine
out
are
of
gonna know what
Babyhead's
Captain
knees.
Commando is?
Magitech Armor, Final Fantasy by Magic has disappeared from the world of Final Fantasy VI, but it doesn't stay
Hey, Final
missing
Fantasy
for
VI
long.
mentioned!
Born from dark experimentation, the Gestalian Empire's Magitech Armor allows its users to emit powerful beams of magic that decimate foes.
Oh.
Players use the armor's overpowered abilities to tear through the town of Narsh in FF5's
I think I remember
memorable
LCX talking
opening
about
sequence.
that. You could like get this armor and basically break the game. This Magitech armor and then basically break FF6. Because it's just like unbelievably OP. Mega Man X. I mean, wasn't everyone kind of a mech in Mega Man X?
L, C equals. J-Ride Armor, Mega Man X Series. How do you make a badass phobot that sports a plasma blasting X-Buster even more powerful? Stick him in a set of oversized mechanical rider more. Throughout the spin-off series, X takes control of a variety of animal-themed Amore modules, which allow him to dash, jump, and punch his way to victory.
Oh god, Xenogears. I need to play Xenogears. Maybe I'll do a one-off of that one day. Or maybe I could just, like, I have some thoughts about Xenogears. I might have to do something with that.
Xenogears players don't get to control the
Ultima Magic
gear
is all you need in
sci-fi
FF6?
JRPG
Okay.
until late in the game, but it's worth the wait. Xenogears is so mighty that not only does Faye use its energy to power his allies' gears back to their Super Omni-Gear status, he also uses it to kill the alien god known as Deus. You know you've got a pretty bitchin' war machine when you start killing gods with it.
God Hand. God Eater. What game is this? Earthworm Jim. Man, they do appreciate some of the retro games. I don't remember there being a mech in Earthworm Jim, but also I was not able to get very far in Earthworm Jim.
Earthworm Jim, not all mechanical
I
combat
see.
contraptions have to be the size of a building. Shiny Entertainment's wormy protagonist isn't much of a hero until he sithers into his humanoid robot suit. It doesn't make the game's underwater maze level any easier, or help Jim win the affection
God, there's a
of
maze
Princess
level in
What's Her
Earthworm
Name,
Jim.
but it does make him cooler than
game
every other
sucks.
worm on the planet.
Why do people like it? Oh yeah, because it's got pretty animations, and Tommy Tallarico did the soundtrack. Kind of, sort of. Probably not really. Holy shit, Tail Concerto. That is a deep cut.
Police Robo, Tail Concerto protecting Prairie Kingdom from the miscellaneous blue kittens of the Black Cat Gang is no cent task. Luckily, Police Pooch Waffle Rye-bred the Police Robo at his disposal. Your My Police Robo looks adorable, but with a BU blaster that scoops up kittens and tree arms that flap back and forth, what it will know? You're right, Police Robo is adorable.
Yeah, I wish I could get further in that game, but alas, I cannot. Tail Concerto, I did try, like, basically a full stream of Tail Concerto, and I was not able to get really anywhere in it. Okay, the good. What is this? Doom? Oh, are we looking at, like, games coming up, like Doom 2016?
Doom is back after Bethesda ditched its original plans for Doom 4. Titled simply Doom, Bethesda is giving away beta codes when you pre-order Wolfenstein: The New Order, shown. No date or platforms were given for the Doom beta or the game itself.
When did the beta come out? I know the full game came out in 2016. That's why people just kind of call it Doom 2016. The Witcher 3. This game was massive.
The Witcher 3, Wild Hunt VO been delayed from a fall release to February 2015.
I played a little bit of this. I wasn't
Developer
really able to
CD
get
Projekt
anywhere
Red
in
says
it.
it could have put out the game as it originally planned, but decided that a few months for extra quality was worth it instead.
Delaying a game for extra quality. What a novel concept that no other company ever did, ever.
Rocks the industry this month. Jack Tretton, shown, steps down as president and CEQ of Sony America, Microsoft head of devices and studios, covering Xbox. Julie Larson-Green is shuffled internally within the company, and Mark Whitten, chief product officer for Xbox, has moved on. And that's just the executives. Amy Hennig, Naughty Dog creative director, Koji Igarashi, Castlevania producer at Konami, Kyle Stewart, Crystal Dynamics brand manager, and Stig Asmussen, God of War 3 director, are just a few of the developers leaving established positions. Good luck to everyone in their new endeavors, and good luck to the teams and companies.
Remember when Phil Spencer left Xbox, was replaced by the guy in charge of the AI division, and somehow made Xbox better? How the fuck did that happen? That is a very big F. What game is this? Into the Shadows.
Fear, anger, hate, suffering. This is the transformative experience Austin-based developer Red Fly Studio was hoping to deliver when they were commissioned by LucasArts to create a game starring Darth Maul, the popular Sith Lord who debuted in Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace.
Oh, this was that
The
canceled
studio
game they were talking about
envisioned
earlier.
A dark coming-of-age tale, showing a young Maul forced against his will into the Sith hierarchy. We wanted people to see him as a kid kidnapped by Emperor Palpatine and tortured, physically, mentally, and emotionally becoming this
You know, if
powerful
Disney
Sith
wanted
Lord,
to, they
says
could
a
just, like,
developer
keep
who
going
worked on the
back,
project
like...
but wishes to remain anonymous. You got angry, you got frustrated, and you made
Like,
the
go
same
back and
mistakes
explore
he
the
did.
history of Darth
No
Maul,
one
and then
has ever
explore
seen
whoever the
Sith
villain
training
was
up close.
in that, and then just,
No
like,
one
keep
has
going
ever
until
seen
it
how to construct the
becomes,
Sith from kid to adult.
like,
We've only
prehistoric.
seen the 5-second turn. Anakin
The
Skywalker
primordial
cries a little bit,
wars.
and then he's evil.
Primordial sperm
In all
wars.
6 Star Wars films, Palpatine plays the role of a shadowy puppeteer, manipulating people into strategic positions for his personal. Proving ITS worth prior to working with LucasArts, Red Fly Studios' portfolio. Or game. Red Fly's pitch would have given gamers a close look at his dark schemes and the role Maul played in them. As the plot progressed, the relationship between master and apprentice would have eroded to the point of Maul raising and his double-sided saber, which you, the player, Ned helped him construct against Palpatine. Degree E, you want to fight him, and of
This
course
would have been
that's
sick in VR.
what he wants, recalls the developer. Our
Also would have made
story
people sick in
basically
VR, but,
bookends
you
at
know.
the end of The Phantom Menace with Maul's death. We felt this story would be a really solid, large game, maybe 2 games. Ed Red Fly was never given the chance to pitch Jay this vision to LucasArts, but their time with the Sith Lord didn't end there. The project was PLE injected with a new vision, not once but twice, one idea coming from the Clone Wars animated 2 series, and another from George Lucas, who had proposed a crazy idea that took everyone by surprise, and would have shattered the temporal fabric of the Star Wars universe had it seen the light of day. Red Fly's team was taken on a rocky journey, starting with the hope that their unknown Ultimate Studio could make an impact with one of the in-world's most beloved franchises, and ending TD with LucasArts applying a proverbial 4C choke suffered by many hopeful developers who believed they had great Star Wars stories out to tell. Proving ITS worth prior to working with LucasArts, Red Fly Studios' portfolio consisted of just 3 Wii games: Mushroom Men, The Spore Wars, Food Network, cook or be cooked, and the cartoony R, port of Ghostbusters, the video game, which Red Fly also brought to PlayStation 2.
Oh, I've heard that Ghostbusters game is really good.
In early 2010, LucasArts was at a crossroads with the Wii port of Force Unleashed.
They also did
IL.
like a Back to the Future game that's apparently
Developer
pretty
Chrome
good as
Studios
well.
handled the Wii version of the first Force Unleashed, and after it sold well, LucasArts was not happy with its quality. Rather than sticking with Chrome, Jay LucasArts started looking for another partner. Jay, not on purpose. We carved out that we were the we guys, says Red Fly GEO Dan Borth. They wanted the Will port of Force D Unleashed IL to be better, but didn't know what to do really. We built a demo in 2 weeks with little assistance from LucasArts. Neil Garrett, their head of external production, thought we should do it. With a development team of roughly 50 people, Red Fly began working with them LucasArts' internal Force Unleashed IL team, but with only 9 months between the port's start date and its proposed release date, the process wasn't moving fast enough for Borth and his team. Red Fly wasn't getting ESR assets from LucasArts when they needed them. Due to the time constraint, Red Fly codenamed its game Swift. The project moved quickly, way too fast for LucasArts to give us art assets in a timely manner, says Borth. So we built almost everything from scratch. Despite taking on an immense amount of work, Red Fly shipped its version of Force Unleashed IL on time. The Wii version netted a Metacritic review score of 71 next to the PlayStation 3's 63,
That's pretty good.
Xbox 360's 61, and PC's 59. Although LucasArts ultimately viewed Force Unleashed IL as a failure, Red Fly's involvement in the project was a success. They kind of kept us on the hook, Borth recalls. They told us Force Unleashed LLL was coming, and there were some rumors we might actually get the next-gen versions to prove ourselves worthy, but they just kind of dismissed us as, you are just the Wii guys. You can't do that. When publishers look at you, you have to fit into their wheelhouse or you don't get the job. Nintendo and LucasArts discussed bringing a new intellectual property to either 3DS, Will, or, at the time, the forthcoming Wii U. The negotiations eventually landed on the Darth Maul project, and LucasArts president Paul Megan knew exactly who to tap for it. I got a call from Paul, and he asked me if one would be interested in making a Darth Maul.
I mean, the concept of the game sounds pretty interesting. I would be interested in it if it had come out. There were a lot of like canceled Star Wars games that didn't come out right around this time because like this was right around the time that Disney bought LucasArts.
You guys start working on ideas, start working on demos, start working on mechanics. It wasn't really a game contract. It was more like a work for hire, month-to-month thing. We started to flesh out our ideas and content and stuff like that. Think after about 3 or 4 months we entered into the game contract. It got intimate pretty quick. While Borth wouldn't go into the specifics of the project, other sources that worked on the game confirmed this was the point that the studio dreamed up the origin story of Maul's transformation into a Sith Lord. Retcon Death T prototyping began on October 9, 2010 under EAS, the internal codename Damage. LucasArts' working title was simply Maul. Unbeknownst to Red Fly, Lucasfilm had big plans for the red and black tattooed Sith Lord within the Clone Wars animated show. Team LucasArts didn't provide much direction to me Red Fly at the time, but promised that key talent would be brought into the fold to help with the Star Wars lore and general direction and of the fiction. Only odd little Darth Maul tidbits were discussed with Red Fly. We were told Maul survived his encounter with Obi-Wan Kenobi in The Phantom Menace, says a former Red Fly team member who wishes to remain nameless. We fashioned robotic legs on Maul after being told he had them. Then we were told he had a brother named Savage Opress. He was supposedly green. Again, we were not told of the Clone Wars storyline at this time. From these puzzling elements, Red Fly knew it was unlikely it would be telling Darth Maul's origin story, or any tale predating the end of The Phantom Menace. Red Fly's game was starting to look more like an extension of the Clone Wars cartoon universe. The team also
I've never
named
seen
that
Clone
LucasArts
Wars.
negotiations to
I
bring
don't know
the
if I
Darth
need to
Maul
see Clone
project
Wars,
exclusively
honestly.
to an
It just
Nintendo
kinda seems
platform
like
had fallen
Star Wars,
through due
but
largely
for
to
younger
Nintendo not
kids.
meeting financial demands to make it a first-party project.
Honestly, I'm just like not really
LucasArts
interested
decided
in
to shift
anything Star
development to
Wars
PlayStation 3,
past like the
Xbox
original trilogy.
360, PC,
And even
Wii U,
then, I'm not
concern
really
of not
interested in
having a
it
clear
anymore.
vision swept
It's
over
like
the
I've seen the
development team.
movies; they're fun.
It was tough because we didn't have any information, remembers a developer. They didn't want to share it. They didn't want to leak any Clone Wars stuff. We were like, good God, are we doing this or not? One of the few things LucasArts gave the team to go on for a couple of months was the tagline, and potential name, Battle of the Sith Lords.
I do like these really long, like, in-depth articles. Like, it does tell, like, an interesting story of just a canceled game that never was from, like, the developers who actually worked on it. This is quite fascinating.
We were kind of fumbling around in the dark in terms of lore. 50 we just started making a game instead, which was kind of fun, recalls another anonymous ex-Red Fly employee. The initial plan was to explore making a stealth game that was action-centric. So instead of a stop-and-walk game like Thief, it was more forward stealth, like kill that person before they can actually alert someone, then disappear into the rafters. We also started developing the concept of Maul as a glass cannon, taking our cues from Arkham Asylum. You are insanely powerful and deadly, but 1 or 2 hits will take you out. Although Red Fly was only given 2 weeks to prototype Force Unleashed LL4Y, the team spent months working on prototypes for the Darth Maul game. Gameplay systems and art direction were all coming online. Mouth's animations were getting there. He could quickly vault over obstacles in the environment, and was starting to move as fluidly as his movie counterpart. A core team of Red Fly employees traveled with their prototype to LucasArts to discuss the next steps. They met with LucasArts creative director Clint Hawking and designer Kent Hudson. One anonymous source close to the talks remembers the takeaway: "We discussed ways to make the core gameplay loop compelling," he says. "We said Darth Maul's connection to the Force was through generating fear. The idea was to F with the AL and generate fear to build up your ability to use the Force, execute stealth kills, and manipulate the environment. It was exciting, cool stuff. Later on, we learned this was probably a little bit of a misstep." On a different trip, other Red Fly representatives met with key members of the Clone Wars animated team at Lucasfilm's Big Rock Ranch, adjacent to the famous Skywalker Ranch. Here the team gained some clarity for Darth Maul's asterisk future, but not necessarily their game. We were told that after The Phantom Menace, Maul ended up in a trash compactor, went crazy, and assembled a spider body
What?
4 equals himself out of junk, recalls the former Red Fly staffer. So
Man,
we
Star
were
Wars
going,
Extended
oh
Universe
God,
has some
we have
really
a 10 put a robotic
weird
spider
fucking lore.
body on FNG Darth Maul. What the hell? Thankfully for the development team, Maul didn't keep his spider legs for long. Red Fly's original guess of him having somewhat normal robotic legs proved to be accurate. YLY, the more Red Fly learned about Clone Wars * Darth Maul story, the more the team wanted to distance itself from it. Hopes of potentially any returning to the
Man,
origin
Clone
story
Wars
idea
is real
swirled
fucking
throughout
stupid,
the office.
apparently.
At the
It
same
was like,
time,
oh yeah,
old
Darth
LucasArts
Maul
had
goes
informed
into a
Red
trash
Fly that George
compactor
Lucas was
and
fond
he
of
gets
Darth
spider
Talon,
legs.
a female
Spider
Ekla
robonic
Trelak
legs.
who debuted in Dark Horse Comics Legacy-era stories and served under Darth Krayt. Rumor had it Lucas might want to get her into the game somehow. He always had a personal interest in the project, but SKS Red Fly didn't know what he envisioned for it. The amount of confusion in the air made Red Fly feel handcuffed. A developer bears the frustration well. LucasArts said, there is a lot of crosstalk going on, misinfo, Matayan. Let's actually sit down and have you guys talk to George. Meeting with the creator of Red Fly contingent traveled to LucasArts, first meeting with Paul Megan, studio creative director Frederick Marcus, and Lucasfilm president and COO Micheline Chow. The developers weren't prepared for the questions that came next. A source with knowledge of the meeting piece says they were asked, "What's your X statement? How do you sum this game up?" The team tried to outline the game's strengths, features, and overall design, but they were cut off.
Jesus Christ, you want to meet George Lucas, you gotta go through like 5 other people just to get to him.
There was something special about the game, but it lacked a cohesive
Like, George
whole,
Lucas,
and Red
you're
Fly agreed
a
that
great
they hadn't gotten
director.
there yet.
Well, no, he's a terrible
large
director,
reason
but
for this was the lack
you're a
of
great,
direct tie-in
like,
from
storyteller.
LucasArts.
You're not a
For the
king.
entire next week, the team worked at LucasArts on unifying a revision and coming up with an X statement, says the source. Megan and Marcus took active roles in the project, helping cement its vision. Fred and Paul were very demanding, but in a good way. They wanted the best out of our people. We learned a lot from them, LY. The next day, Red Fly finally met with George B.T. Lucas, but not before being told how to talk to him. Our source says they were told to never say no to him, or to say, yeah, that will be easy. They were also told not to mention Sue Force Unleashed's protagonist, Starkler. If he's referred to by George, it will be that guy. Why the most important rule, much like not feed ing a mogwai after midnight, was don't tell George how the Force works. Why Red Fly's representatives arrived at the meeting point early the next day, only to find
George Lucas might be
employees
criminally
rushing
insane.
Force Unleashed the artwork out of the conference room, and replac bring it with other Star Wars artworks.
This is what happens when you just
of sideshow collectibles
have like
statues, CC of
50
Darth Maul.
years of being told
And
that you're the
Darth Talon
like
to the
next
table.
messiah. Like
Or
at some
friendly
point you
George
just start to
Lucas
believe
entered
it.
the room and was eager to hear the pitch from Red Fly's creatives. Before they could finish their spiel, Lucas cut them off, stood up, walked over to the statues, rotated them to be facing the same direction, pushed them together, and said, "They're friends," adds the source. He wants these characters to be friends, and to play off of each other. He talked about the show tape. George Baum noticed as a reference point. He likened Lucto Darth Maul to Sonny from The Godfather, and Ver he likened Darth Talon to Lauren Bacall. He actually did an impersonation of her. It was Ion supposedly the weirdest impersonation of a 140s actress going, "Don't you know how to guide
This story is
whistle?
great.
Put your lips together and blow, Dad." The problem with the idea of Maul and Talon L teaming up for a buddy
I'll be
cop
honest,
like
I'd never really,
experience
like,
was that they were
seen much of
separated
George
by over
Lucas, but he's just,
170
like,
years
kind of
Star
off his
Wars
fucking
fiction.
rocker, isn't
As
he?
ridiculous of an indie idea as Frederick Chopin forming a band with Shed Dave Grohl. When this fast-time divide was brought up to Lucas' attention, he brushed off the notion of it not working, and said that it actually could instead be a descendant of Darth Maul. Or a clone of him. MLR.
This is what happens when you give this man just, like... This is what happens when you give, like, somebody like George Lucas just full creative control. You get the prequels, essentially. And then, like, they immediately, as soon as, like, Phantom Menace came out, they were immediately like, this was a fucking mistake. Let's never do this again.
An ex-Red Fly employee says Lucas focused heavily on the player dictating the narrative. He wanted the kind of experience where the player could tell the game what type of story they wanted, he said. It wasn't so much choose your own adventure, it was more of a player being able to act as director, letting the game still respond and react to the player's wishes and surprising the player with new experiences that maybe they didn't expect. Clearly this was not the forward stealth game for Darth Maul anymore. The Red Fly team left the meeting, which ran for roughly 3 hours, dumbfounded by the new direction. They spent a few more days at LucasArts campus working closely with its team to determine how to get this new idea to work. WW equals. LE, the new direction Red Fly Studio did its best to adapt to the new story, which pitted Darth Maul and Darth Talon against Darth Krayt and his Sith army.
Honestly, this is probably like the fatal sin was like going to George Lucas and making him aware of this, because
himself in the ways of the Sith and wait until it was time to strike back.
Basically, Star Wars was only good. From what I understand, Star Wars was basically only good the moment that George Lucas relinquished creative control.
To return the Sith to the balance of two, and of course have Talon be focused into it. We felt this was the best story we could make out of the ingredients we were given.
Worth noting that Japanese
manga
generally retains full creative control over the IP with some input from their... I mean, yeah, but like... Some people you just shouldn't give creative control to. Some people who have gone their entire life never being told no, and as a result will just greenlight any weird, stupid shit that doesn't, like, work in any sort of cohesive manner.
Over the next couple of months, Red Fly W manufactured numerous prototypes, so many times daily prototypes. LucasArts' Frederick Marcus believed that the game needed a sophisticated laser deflection mechanic. We had this Arkham mechanic with lightsabers, and he wanted us to come up with a mechanic that would allow the player to deflect incoming laser fire, which is not that difficult, remembers a former Red Fly developer. But at the same time, we had to direct it back, and control it while not breaking combat or using time dilation.
Confusing quality control with corporate-driven direct. Right. Well, I mean, like, that's the thing, is like corporate
but we
can.
Really didn't feel like deflection was a Maul end trait.
Here's the thing: is like sometimes.
Attack, attack,
Sometimes
attack.
corporate does not know what is best for the
Everywhere.
IP. Sometimes only you know that. But also, sometimes, like, because corporate is out to make money. And the way that they make money is they make something that is accessible, ideally. So ideally, the corporate side, like, you know, the producers, the film studios, etc., should work in tandem with the director. The problem comes when there's a power struggle. When one side thinks that they know better than the other side. They should both work in tandem and find some sort of middle ground. That's when you create, like, the best art. Sonic music is so good.
Shoot dead mech ed bet UO. Despite the great effort in developing proof of concept, LucasArts wouldn't sign off on any of the big-ticket items that would allow development to truly get underway. Red Fly's staff was up to roughly 80 people at this point, and the team was churning out content for a game that had no clear direction. 5 full-time concept artists designed new stormtroopers, Sith, and Jedi adversaries for Maul and Talon to square off against, and an extensive collection of worlds for the duo to traverse. Seen in numerous concept art pieces obtained by Game Informer, the team hoped to weave in the Black Sun criminal syndicate. Many of these illustrations show well-known Star Wars species decked out in black trench coats and cloaks, with heavy artillery in hand and holstered, see page 21. Some of the proposed characters include a lanky, four-armed alien named Darth Annexer, a regal and darkly attired Darth Krolon, who appears to have suffered a nose injury judging by the permanent prosthetic strapped to his face, and a stunning female Jedi adorned head to toe in white and black, almost looking like a mime you'd see bothering people on city streets. Some of the pitch locations fit within the context of Star Wars as we know it, showing familiar-looking vessels docked in hangar bays, and merchants lined up along a street that looks like a dead ringer for Tatooine's Mos Espa. Most of the locations, however, speak of a team trying to bring new and exciting destinations to Star Wars fans. Much like the God of War stages taking place on Titans, many of these environments wouldn't have been stationary or even stable. One such example is an ocean-based city that is pulled across the surface by gigantic eels. This idea also extended to land, and is seen in several art pieces showing cities fastened onto the backs of enormous, slow-moving lizards.
Doesn't matter if you think you know
location,
better
the team drew inspiration from
than the promoter. If the author disagrees with your method, it ain't your story. I mean, no, what I'm saying is, yeah, that's what I'm saying though, is like, neither one should try to overtake the other. They, like, and that's, I think, like, the most important thing that, like, anyone who does art needs to understand is that just because you are really passionate about your work doesn't mean that everyone shares your passion. You are selling a product at the end of the day. Unless you are giving away your art for free, you are selling a product, and everyone is trying to make money. So, what I would say is, I think that, I think that is essentially, like, what we have a lot of, and what makes a lot of projects fail is artists who have too much of an ego and surround themselves with yes men. And I think the most important thing you can have as an artist, whether it be a musical artist, a fine art artist, a film artist, a poet, whatever, a writer, the most important thing you can have is somebody to take an objective look at your work and be like, hey, your shit stinks. It could potentially work if we, like, change a couple of things around, but it stinks in its current situation. The author wants to crash and burn, in your opinion. Let them, but if you have, like, somebody, if it's like the case of, like, you know, you're signed to a record label or you're signed to, like, a film studio, you have people whose financial asses are on the line. And if you don't succeed, they are out money. So it's in their best interest to work with you to make the best product.
The film Pitch Black, taking Maul to an uninhabitable world surface, scorched by the sun. The citizens live within the shadowed cracks, and only dare visit the surface once the sun sets. Prototyping continued with these ideas in mind, and a vision for how the game could potentially
wanting to give the critics a participation trophy. I mean, I think that they are... I'm not saying that the critics are always right. I'm saying that they are a necessary evil a lot of the time.
A former source from the team. We had a bunch of prototypes for different storytelling techniques whereby you could start nudging the scene toward a Talon approach or a Darth/Maul approach. We had characters that could take any number of weird situational inputs and could query the world for things, and then make a response that seemed to make sense.
Still no need to give creative... Not just a random critic, but, like, people who...
fear as his route to the Force. It started shooting
I'm
out
saying
in
that, like,
at once. Unfortunately,
the writers,
we had a lot of
the
people
writer
who
should not be treated as gospel, because sometimes the Emperor just doesn't have clothes, you know, is what I'm saying. And if you try to offer the Emperor clothes, you shouldn't be like, no, my vision is that I don't wear clothes.
Knowing the project could use more guidance, LucasArts flew a large number of Red Fly's developers to San Francisco for a boot camp to help with the prototypes. We went to LucasArts campus every day and prototyped with Frederick, the developer says. We learned a lot, did some good work, went back to Austin, but weren't really able to execute on it.
The author's word. I never said the author's words were.
The team was ready to make the game. LucasArts also.
I never said the author's words were the word of God. No.
Purchased and folded in as a subsidiary studio. Red Fly was in a good
I've often
position,
said the
but without
opposite of
warning,
that.
LucasArts stopped communicating.
I've often
with
said
the
that the minute you
We
publish
didn't hear from
something,
them
it's
for
up
2
to
weeks.
the public to
Extra
decide
Fly
what happens
employee
to it.
remembers. 2.5 weeks.
Like, the minute you publish
No word.
something, you relinquish
Nothing.
all control over
And
what
then
happens
say
next.
No word, mean nothing. We
Or you
tried to
should,
contact
anyway.
them over and over and over again. We know how slow they move, and we've seen them do this before. We were at least hopeful. But still no word came. We did manage to get some of the guys,
No,
the internal
yeah.
producers that were on
It
our
is the word of
project
God in there.
on
Yeah, I mean, it
Skype,
can
and
be.
they looked like they were kicked in the nuts. We knew what was going on. They just couldn't tell us. But we didn't know the extent of what was going on. We thought, okay, they're not going to buy us. Fine.
I'm sorry, I
Didn't know
misread.
the game would all
I
get
misread.
canceled. On June 24, 2011, Red Fly's executives Jay received an email with the subject line, Mall Termination Letter. The future of Red Fly was in jeopardy. The game was dead. Worse yet, without LucasArts funding the project, the studio wouldn't survive. Despite the project being cancelled, LucasArts treated us very well afterwards, says Red Fly's Dan Bork. While it was a struggle, they gave us the ability to continue operating. The studio's doors remained open, and work 9 on new, unknown game projects continues today, but it suffered a massive downsizing, leading to 70% of the workforce let go. Numerous ex-Red Fly staffers believe the cancellation didn't come from the quality or lack thereof in their prototypes, but George Lucas' decision to sell his company to Disney. It's the only thing that makes any sense, says a former Red Fly employee. Everything else needed to be put on ice. A lot of good people on both sides really put their hearts into it, Worth says.
That is kind of interesting, because
wish
I've
things
definitely
would have
heard about
gone
this project
differently.
before, and I always assumed that was the reason. It kind of seems like it's a little bit more complicated than that. Again, just George Lucas having, like, really unreasonable demands, and, again, just kind of being, like, a madman who had never been told no. I think my biggest issue is, like, if you're a good artist, you know, and you can kind of prove yourself that you are a good artist, fine. But my issue is a lot of creative people need to keep their egos in check. It is vital. It is vital, especially if you are selling a product, to keep your ego in check.
People buy games because they like to play them, but those games don't always get played. With a glut of entertainment on the market, it's impossible to take it all in. Even gamers with the best of intentions sometimes neglect great titles sitting on their shelves. Using Sony's trophy data to measure gaming habits, we compiled some gameplay statistics for several of last year's big-name games. Let's see how quickly players abandon a game in favor of something else. Does not take into account players who do not bring their systems online, nor track players who start playing online but finish a game offline.
What is this? Faraway? Oh, I think I've maybe heard of this game.
Sony's adorable handheld title is one of the best reasons to own a PS Vita, but almost 8% of owners have barely touched their copy of the game. Only 92.6% of players have received the trophy for opening their first present, a task that appears only about 10 minutes into the game. On the other hand, 5.6% of players have earned all of the trophies in the game.
When did the Vita come out? I think it was 2012. So, like, even by this point, I feel like nobody was talking about the Vita, at least in America, by this point. And honestly, from what I've heard, it's not like it was that much more successful elsewhere in the world either.
Call of Duty, Ghost Cell. Call of Duty is one of the biggest franchises on the market today. But do most consumers spend their time with the game's multiplayer? Only 60.4% of players received the earliest trophy for killing their first enemy in Ghost's campaign. This means that nearly 40% of Ghost's players either never played the campaign or played it for less than 5 minutes.
You see the opposite problem, big companies. Right, and that's what I'm saying, is neither one should have supremacy. They should work together. It's like, okay, I think that if you want to have a successful product, there should be a democracy. There should be people on both sides coming to some sort of a middle ground. Because the fact of the matter is, nobody like, you both want the thing to be successful if you are selling it as a product. And the way that you do that is you accept criticism, but don't let it be, like, too overbearing. Company has the money, so democracy in that agreement is a joke. Right, and that's a problem. I don't deny that that's a problem. I'm saying this is how it ideally should work. And yeah, like, if the artist is just going to be unreasonable, then you cut funding.
Ubisoft's pirate-themed assassin adventure was full of treasure to loot and ships to
I need to
sink,
play
and
an
a few
Assassin's
landlubbers
Creed
barely
game.
got their feet wet. 7% of people who
don't
bought
accept
the game and
criticism
started
in
it never
order to
got through the
improve as
first
an
memory
artist.
sequence.
You use
a tutorial that
criticism
only takes
to
around
sharpen.
25
Yeah,
minutes
that's
to
true.
complete. Just 53.1%
And refine your product. I agree with that.
players completed every action in a single location, and barely 0.5% of players completed everything in the game.
Have you
and
played
got all
any
the
of the
other trophies.
Assassin's Creed games? If so, what's the best one? Because I've wanted to play Assassin's Creed for, like, years, and I've just never gotten into it. Can you address the flaws in your own lens? Yeah, that's true. Again, like, what I keep saying is that, like, nobody should be establishing supremacy. Like, you should understand that they have the best interest of your product. They have arguably more to gain from the product, because they're the ones who invested a shit ton of money into it. But still, like, they should not be... They should not have supremacy over the product, neither should you. It should be a team effort.
TT Games' adorable superhero adventure is great for players of any
Company
age,
generally
and
has
it's
the
not a
leverage
challenging game to
asking the
complete.
author to compromise
Even so,
in
only
first place seems
88.5% of
strange.
players have received the Sand Central Station Trophy, which is the trophy you receive after beating the first
The
level
best
of the
is
game.
Tenchu PS1
Almost
because you've
4%
never
of
played a set.
players
Okay,
drop off
understood.
after completing the first level, because only 84.3% of players received a trophy for completing their first skydive, something that happens immediately after the first
84% of the player base. That's
Players
not a
continue
bad
to lose
number.
interest in the game, and by level 15, the final level, only a third of the people are still playing. Only 32.3% of players have this the good, the bad, and the hungry trophy.
I wonder... Okay, but, like, I kind of wonder, like, how... What do these, like, statistics say about, like, other games? Because, like, I think that's probably fair. Like, you have, like, 1 million people buying your game. It's fair to assume that, like, maybe... Like... Probably not the majority of those people are going to beat the game, especially depending on how... Like, it's fair to assume, like, most of the people who buy your game probably aren't beating them. Especially depending on, like, how the game is, like, designed, if the puzzles are designed well, if, you know, the combat, whatever, is designed well.
Only 44.6% of players actually finished Game Informer's Game of the Year on any difficulty. 33.8% of players earned the trophy for beating the game on normal, while a mere 7.7% of
Was
players
Last of Us on
earned
the
trophy
Vita?
for beating the game on hard.
Are these
How
just
many
Vita
people
games?
bothered
I don't
to
know.
complete a new game plus playthrough on the hard difficulty?
Tearaway is, like, the
2%.
one that I've never... Harumi beats it because it's no beta? Oh no.
Oh no! Oh my, howdy!
Only 23% of people who bought no beta actually beat it. That sounds about right. Well, I mean, especially, like, Souls-likes, like... If your game is, like, kind of famous for being just ridiculously hard as shit, it's fair to assume that most people aren't going to beat your game. Tearaway was, like, the only one I'd never heard of. Is Tearaway any good? I don't even know exactly what it is. World of Tanks, Xbox 360 edition. This is 2014. The Xbox 360 is kind of DED by this point, I would have thought. Anyway, it looks like we're kind of getting into the reviews and stuff now, which is nice.
NESCIOW equals Machuan Snooter. After experiencing years of popularity on PC, developer Wargaming has brought World of Tanks over to the Xbox 360 for a new audience. It's not a straight port of the PC game, but was rather built using the studio's proprietary development engine for release on home console. The two versions of
Tearaway
the
is some
game are
3D
distinct in
action
control and
game
interface,
with
but the gameplay is fundamentally the same.
screen-tearing touch mechanics. Huh. Okay, I'm fascinated. That also sounds like it would be a massive pain in the ass to emulate, but, honestly, that is probably the biggest issue, is, like, even if I do get the Vita working on the PC, it would be a pain in the ass to, like, get, like, the rear touch controls and shit to work. That's why, like, I wish I could get the PS TV working properly, but I can't.
World of Tanks, as the name implies, is a game played with tanks.
Vita forums loved it and
Went
called it a
into battle
3DS
expecting
killer.
something
Well,
like Twisted Metal, and was surprised to find myself slowly setting up shots like a cautious sniper. World of Tanks is a slow-motion shooter, which is not meant to be an insult. Tanks are slow-moving vehicles, and much of the game involves moving slowly to find vantage points offering worthwhile views and limited
the Vita
exposure.
did have, like, some
It
cool
removes the sprinting and
features,
fast
like the
aiming
rear...
necessary for shooters like Call of Duty or Halo, slowing it down to a pace that lets you stop and smell the roses, while firing off incredibly powerful weapons at your enemy. The most intense moments of my experience in World of Tanks don't involve ripping across a field firing off rounds as fly through the AF, ejecting from hills like ramps. Instead, they are the moments when I creep up the side of a hill and see a much more powerful tank guarding its side behind a building scoping the field
Vita
below.
did have, like, some pretty
It
cool
only
gimmicks
takes one
that...
or two
Like,
well-placed
not a lot of
shots.
games used them, but
To take
more
out
than
your
you would
enemy
expect.
or to
Like
be
the
destroyed.
rear touch
See the
thing,
drawn-out
I'm
duels
kind
that
of
occur in
surprised at
these
how many
moments are
games
intense
used
and
that.
exciting.
Like, it's not a
Despite the
lot,
intensity of
obviously,
battle,
but it's
World
more
of
than you would
Tanks
think.
Isn't much to look at. You're a destructive tank, and making your own path is empowering.
Probably more games
Usually
used
you
that
notice
than
most
the
of destruction
touchpad on the
animations are
PS4
simple.
controller.
Walls exist in two states, broken and not broken, with little animation occurring in between. TS simplicity serves gameplay, as it's easy to understand
It's
when
dead in the
something
water
can
with
be
no
broken,
first-party Sony support and
assisting in
only
lining up shots, but it's hard not to notice the subpar physics while
hard
plowing.
Pushing the indie releases, yeah. Was Salt and Sanctuary on the Vita? Okay. I remember you telling me, like, the killer app for the Vita at one point was Jetpack Joyride. That says all you really need to know about the Vita, I think.
Through the destructible environment. The levels are distinct in layout, each offering different routes and tactics, but placed in front of me as a series of images, wouldn't be able to tell you the difference
Jetpack
between them.
Joyride, Angry Birds
World of
Star
Tanks
Wars.
thankfully steers clear of dystopian cityscapes filled with nothing but brown and gray favoring bright green fields
Recently
and valleys.
inducted? Oh yeah, that's right. Isn't there like a video game Hall of Fame now?
Until you pull up your map.
Cool.
Since the game is free to download, lots of people are playing, but few are committed. The ones who do strap on headsets are children using the platform to practice newly discovered profanity. A radial dial of quick commands is available, and you can mark locations on the map, but commands are often ignored. If you want to play tactically, you'll want to bring a team.
I'm not sure I would want to play Angry Birds on something that isn't a touchscreen, if I'm being completely honest.
And the medium all-around tanks. Eventually, the slow-moving,
I feel like that would just really constrain the movement.
As
Like
well as
it,
the long-range artillery.
I don't know. I'm still just kind of the viewpoint that like mobile games should kind of be touchscreen focused and console games should kind of be like controller focused. And I'm not really sure there should be much overlap between
and someone
them.
able to move about freely to help call out targets and take part
Meanwhile,
in
all the anime
firefights.
games were on the
Progression
Vita.
involves using experience and currency to upgrade your tanks along branched
That's true, it did have a
paths,
touchscreen.
which eventually open up options.
But why would you play it on there when you could just like download it on the phone for like what, $2.99? I think eventually Jetpack Joyride was free on phones. Angry Birds Star Wars was like maybe $5. I think eventually it became free to play. Or it like became free with ads, essentially.
10 by other classes of tanks. Progression is frustrating, as before you can pay to unlock an upgrade, you must pay to research that upgrade. Confusion
So you don't drain your phone, I
continues when
guess.
buying a heavy tank, which which involves leveling up an entirely separate light tank to a certain level in order to even open up the heavy option. The confusion incidentally encouraged me to stick with single tanks light and level them up to their full potential, as opposed to trying to collect a wide variety. Thankfully, even without spending real money, experience and currency comes fairly quickly. You can purchase the currency with real money, or activate the premium mode for a certain number of days to nearly double what's earned from each round without paying too much
Excellent
out of
for
pocket.
fighting games and
Part of
PS3
the appeal
ports.
of World
Yeah,
of
that
Tanks
sounds
is
about right.
collecting its historically accurate tanks.
Vita's killer app was a
aspect of the game
PS2
is lost
port.
on
Yeah,
me.
Persona 4.
Know nothing
Persona
about
4
tanks
Golden.
and their history, but still enjoyed my time in its world, even without a knowledge of why owning an American M3 Stuart is more exciting than owning a German UC
And we wonder
2
why.
The PC
We wonder why the
version's
PS
3-year
Vita
head
failed.
start gives it nearly
It's
3 times as
because
many tanks
your killer
as the
app was a
Xbox
game that
360 version,
released like
as well
10
as
years
myriad
prior.
Content 1 and feature updates, which are planned as free future updates for the console version. To dive into the PC version of the game today is intimidating. Xbox 360's World of Tanks is a much more welcoming experience that eases you into tank combat without fear of becoming overwhelmed. World of Tanks lacks humanity, which diminishes any opportunity for personality.
Yeah,
The only
exactly.
human aspect of the game comes from the quickly ignored chatter on the radio.
Like it's basically
Slash a robot lumbering
it's basically
across a
like what
green
happened
field
with the
on a beautiful
PSP,
day
isn't
taking
it?
part
Like
in a
it's just
firefight,
like
but the slowed-down
Sony
pace
kind
is
of tried to
welcome.
do like a
FT
portable
opens up the game to
home
players
console
learning how to play a
sort of
shooter,
thing,
but
where it was
also appeals
all
to
essentially just
longtime
like
shooter
watered
fans who
down
rarely get the
PS2
chance to
games.
appreciate the nuances of firing a weapon
And
at
like
another human
they
player
didn't
in a virtual
understand
space.
that like
Copyright.
handheld gamers tended to be more casual. And then they still didn't understand that because they did the exact same thing with the Vita, expecting it to succeed this time, and it didn't. People were... Yeah, oh yeah, that's... Well, no, there was God of War on the Vita, wasn't there? There were, like, I think there were a couple God of War games on the Vita. I don't know about DMC and Tomb Raider. GTA, I don't think existed on the Vita. But no, like, that's the thing, is, like, I think handheld gamers have always kind of been more casual, and that's really something that nobody other than Nintendo has really ever worked out. Well, Nintendo, and I suppose also kind of, like, mobile phone manufacturers like iOS and Android. They kind of worked out that's where the market is. Vita had tons of indie games. Yeah. I guess I gotta check out the Vita at some point. One of these days. One of these days, Alice. One of these days. Probably had more indie than 3DS. I mean, I don't know. I mean, 3DS was... Let's be honest, like, especially, like, in the last, like, couple of years of the 3DS's life, like, 2012 onward, the 3DS was also kind of, like, held up by the indie market. I often say, like, the 3DS, I feel, would kind of be looked at as a failure as well if it weren't for the Wii U being an even bigger failure. Like, the 3DS was only a success as compared to the Wii U. Because, like, I honestly, I say the same thing about the 3DS that I say really about, like, the Vita. Is, like, name a 3DS game that came out, like, a year after it launched. like, people can name, like, oh, you know, all the Mario games, like Mario 3D Land, New Super Mario Brothers, Mario Kart 7, Zelda Ocarina of Time, Star Fox, like, all the Nintendo first-party games, and then, like, beyond that, it's just, like, what else was there? Like, I guess Resident Evil Revelations, was that an exclusive, though? And, like, the thing, though, is, like, the DS had, like, so many, like, quirky kind of small games, and those games never really, like, took off in the same way on the 3DS, because, like, really just, there was... I think that the only way that handhelds could have survived is if they did what the Switch ultimately did, which is kind of do like a handheld portable home console hybrid. Like, that's how we're still able to have, like, handheld consoles now, is because Nintendo is... And ultimately, like, the Steam and the Rogue Ally and things like that kind of worked out, like, okay, well, what if we, like, sell slightly compromised hardware, but in return, it's a home console, but also a portable console. That then kind of works, because, like, again, most of the handheld market is casual, and that casual market long since just migrated to their iPhones. Yeah, the 3DS had first-party support. Well, and that's the thing, too, is, like, nothing will ever compete with Nintendo's first-party support. Nintendo always had, like, a massive, like... Well, I guess Sega. Sega was, like, the only one who was ever able to really compete with Nintendo in terms of first-party support. Yeah, exactly. Sega ultimately did. But, like, the PS1, I mean, like, it's not like Sony really developed a lot of really good games in-house. The best games on, like, you know, the PlayStation 2 were games done by, like, Square and Naughty Dog and things like that. It's like, you know, those games were exclusive, but they didn't have to be, and... I mean, nowadays you can play Final Fantasy VII on just about anything. But, you know, that's not going to be the case with, like, Mario, unless Nintendo pulls a Sega and just decides to only make software.
Oh my, howdy.
But no, like, I don't think anything will ever... And, like, it's not even necessarily, like... Like, Nintendo has kind of managed to do, like, what Apple has done and, like, kind of almost build sort of like a Wonka-esque mythology around their brand. To a point where, like, you know, like, it's like... Every press conference they do is an event. Every time they release a game, it's like a major press event. It's like kind of got like a Wonka-esque spectacle, and it's kind of like that's how, like, you know, companies like Nintendo and Apple can keep fucking over the consumer, and they're just kind of dazzled by the bread and circus. It's like, oh, well, you know, games cost $80 now, you know, thanks a lot, Nintendo. But also, look at the Mario! Look at the Zelda! Don't you remember that from your childhood? Play the Mario! Essentially. Amber, Nick, and Pow Kitty? I don't know. I don't know about that. I mean, they're the faces for handhelds if you're into retro gaming, but even then I would be kind of just like, if you have the money, get a Steam Deck. It'll blow literally anything that Ambernick or Powkitty does out of the water. Yes, it's expensive, but it is absolutely worth the price. And even like the original Steam Deck, which they still sell, it's like $400. That's... You could pay $400 for a Switch 2, or you could pay $400 for a Steam Deck, which has a way bigger library. And it's, like, really easy to play retro games on it. Portable Ops. Is this the Call of Duty game? Was there a Call of Duty game for Vita? I guess there was, and it was this. Perhaps. Unless this is the mobile game, is it?
People around the world are getter-shaped, making friends, and trade thousands of
You can buy a
miles
PC
in the
with
name
similar
of
specs for
NI
$400.
Cyberpunk
Yes, but is it a
experience
handheld?
Ingress. This year's GDC, virtual reality was on the minds of many. The idea that players could strap on a headset and interact with a computer-generated world is irresistible to everyone from Oculus Rift to Sony. Perhaps as a counterbalance to that concept, some people are
like,
using technology not
the handheld
to
thing,
isolate
like, might not
themselves from
appeal
the
to
world
you, which,
around them,
fine.
but to enhance
Nobody's
it.
pointing a gun to your head and saying you need to buy a
Banding
Steam
together
Deck, but
in
it
large
appeals to
groups
me,
and
so I like
traveling
it.
the globe the real one, to pull off high-tech ops
And
with
if you
names
are
like
buying
Operation Ursa
a
Major
Powkitty,
and Operation Blue Whale.
if you're interested
Welcome to
in
the
a
world of
Powkitty,
Ingress.
something that's going to cost like $100 or
It was
so
really
anyway,
designed as much as anything to provide a little extra impetus to go on a walk.
I would say
They
just
lift it out
save
to
your
the park,
money.
and have just enough of a game to have that pull to it, says founder John Hink of Niantic Labs, a startup within Google. It's been surprising for me to see the level of commitment that some people have to the game itself. In Ingress fiction, the world is filled with portals, often tied to art and other points of interest, which offer a link to a mysterious extra-dimensional energy source, XM. Some people, the so-called enlightened, see it as a stepping stone toward the next stage in human evolution.
That's true, the RC... I mean, yeah, for $20, at that point, it's like impulse buy territory, you might as
and
well.
alien intelligence behind it all. The story is told through comics, novels, and a series of polished news broadcasts on the Ingress YouTube channel. At TS core, Ingress is a simple game. Using the GPS on an Android smartphone, players interact with portals that are scattered throughout the real world.
Oh, so it's
Here's the
Pokemon
catch.
Go
You have
to the
to be
polls.
within a certain radius the portals. Once you're within range, you have.
So Portable Ops is a mobile game that did Pokemon Go before Pokemon Go, is what I am basically understanding. Pokemon Go to the polls.
Several options depending on the portal status. If the opposing faction has already claimed it, you can attack it. If a member of the
Ambernick
faction
wins.
has
I mean,
claimed it,
honestly, I
you
haven't
can
really
help
been
boost
keeping
its
up with these
defenses.
handheld consoles.
You
I've
can
not
also
had a
link
need
these
to
individual portals.
for the last 3 years since
There
I bought
are
a Steam
three
Deck.
that are linked. It has a field in between them that captures F the mine units, a scoring unit that ascends people of the population.
Oh,
that
Portable
in that
Ops is
triangle
turn-based
free faction.
MDS, I see.
Yes, the whole metagame is about map these triangles between the two teams. And people are trying to make these links mean hundreds of thousands of miles. They'll be traveling between countries or keying very closely between people from their country to coordinate those. You need to actually have a key from the portal want to make a link to in order to make SE long links.
Ambernix releases a new console every few weeks.
That
Yeah,
means
and
you
that's
have to.
like kind of like what turned me off of Ambernick is just like you're confusing me with all of your different options. I just want to buy a Steam Deck and ensure that that thing is going to last me several years, which it did. It definitely did. I bought my Steam Deck 2023, I want to say, and it still works 3 years later. It has some issues with the shoulder buttons. Honestly, that is probably my fault from dropping it so many times, but I mean, otherwise, like, the shoulder buttons work, it's just you kind of have to really press down hard on them. That said, though, like, I've always kind of had issues with the buttons sticking on the Steam Deck. Honestly, if I had, like, bought... That's probably just an issue with my unit, because I've not seen that being, like, reported as, like, a widespread issue, but still.
Either visit that portal if it's hundreds of thousands of miles away, you have to get it, or somebody has to get the key and then shuttle it to you. These kinds of handoffs can be as simple as driving across town to meet a friend who also plays, to driving to a neighboring airport to join up with a stranger who's passing through. Some missions,
I mean, for 20 bucks, like, that is very impressive that it still has that kind of...
that include chartering planes.
I mean, for 20 bucks, it's basically just an impulse buy. I don't know if I would buy it, because, again, I have a Steam Deck, which does everything that does, and then quite a lot more, but...
What's cool about that is that it has
honestly, if you just have, like...
Pink says,
if you just want to play, like, some, like, Nintendo and Super Nintendo games for 20 bucks, I mean, you just do it.
And Cyprus were all coordinating to do this thing together, crossing some of the most controversial international boundaries on the planet. And yet, they're on the same team. That's a really positive thing.
Oh, oh, that's right. I can't keep track of these fucking model numbers. Do you understand why I, like, went away from Pow Kitty and fucking... Oh, no, I did buy a Pow Kitty thing. I bought that arcade thing, which was fine. I just really hated the screen on it. So I just ended up buying an arcade machine, an arcade stick, plugged it into MAME, and it ended up working better. But I might have to, like, set that up somewhere and, like, actually plug it in again. Because I do like that it had, a bunch of, like, arcade stuff on it. I gotta find, like, the firmware so I can, like, put all the old ROMs back on the SD card. Because I, like, deleted some, unfortunately. And now I can't, like... put them back on, because I don't remember what ROMs were specifically on there.
How difficult was it to get the original PlayStation Vision through Sony, which had a completely different perspective on gaming?
It does have an HDMI, it's for real.
They thought at the beginning that a video game was a kind of toy. Once they released my first Sony
up to PS1 perfectly. For 20 bucks, that's actually quite impressive.
Like the idea of a toy with the Sony brand name, but thought computers had a tremendous ability to handle real-time entertainment in the future. We're not a toy business, so we wanted to introduce cutting-edge technology into PS1,
I remember
PS2,
when, like, emulating
and
PS1 was a genuine, really impressive achievement.
Market. Right now, this industry is one of the main entertainment industries. Do you ever get to one of those board meetings now and say, oh, look at the income for the video game division? Andrew House, don't think I've told this story before, but when I told my former boss at Sony that was going to RSCon, go work for Ken, his first offered reaction was, but it's a toy. How can you go work on a peak-to toy? Said that thought DN in it has more potential than that, but that was exactly the reaction. Kudaraji KK, we tried to call it the SCEA, Computer Entertainment Industry,
just buy that and buy a Borgar.
When Sony bought from the movie operation from Columbia and TriStar, they named it Sony Picture Business Entertainment.
I did
music
always
was
know
Sony
like
Music
Sony was
Stations
always very kind of
Entertainment.
apprehensive to get into
That
the game
was one of the
market.
reasons we created Sony Computer Entertainment as a division. Sometimes, former CEO Norio Ogasan suggested that Sony Computer Entertainment was such a big name, why are you using that, such a grand name, for a video game? But I personally believed computer entertainment would become a big industry all around the world in the future. Mark Cerny, do you recall when we first met? Have actually never told this story. We first met in 1993. When you had your T-Rex demo, the dinosaur demo you were taking around. Maybe it was summer CES 93. You were doing your tour to get developers up to speed on the hardware, and had this very technical question, which was, because had been working with 300, and 300 would take rectangles and kind of twist them to make them 3D, like, but you were just kind of drawing lines. My question was,
I do like that most of the page is text. So like, it's 100 pages, but you have a lot in those 100 pages. It's very resourceful.
is PlayStation the first hardware that can do real 3D? And the answer was, well, of course it can. The rest is history. It changed my life.
3D.
How has competition changed within TV industry, whether with direct competitors in the
3D.
console space
PS1
or
wasn't
niche
the
forms
first.
of other
No, it
entertainment?
might have been.
What was it like to communicate to a consumer base that was still fairly young versus today's more mature, more educated, more connected audience? That's a very big question. Think that the landscape for me has shifted dramatically in one way, but certain key things remain
Bad
true.
layout? I like the
The
layout.
direct competitors we have now did not exist when we first started out on this journey. On the other hand, I think what's always been true is, and think Mark talks to this very eloquently, is that the industry's health is driven by creative talent. Regardless of who the platform holders are, it's about, and really trying to see where
layout
that
is
gaming
horrible.
talent
Okay.
is coming from, where those creative impulses are coming from, listening, and
It's
trying
decent
to
from
deliver
like
the
an
best swag.
accessibility
Creative
perspective,
palette
I
to
would
allow
say at
that
very
to come
least.
to expression. Don't think that's
Like I can just read
fundamentally
like
changed.
huge swaths of
I
text
think
with a
what is
screen reader,
interesting in
but
terms of how the network has changed things is that we're really just doing.
yeah,
in a
there
different
probably
form,
should be
what
something
Ken
to like
pioneered
break
with
up
the
all of the
original
text.
PlayStation. Remember one of my first meetings with Ken was where he laid out how CDROMs were going to transform the business. In a very typical quick-fire presentation, he said, "This is how retail is going
Trained
to
journalist.
change.
Shit, what
This
didn't
is
you
how
do?
development is going to change," and bought in. Retained that outlook about network distribution.
You're kind of just
What
like
it's fundamentally
good at a little
done
bit of
in
everything.
its best instance is give consumers more flexibility and more choice. I often find myself in debate with analysts, last night, for example, talking ing about free-to-play. Maybe it sounds overly optimistic, but any of these distribution methods are viable as long as consumers are responding to it. Our role is to be as flexible as possible. So we tried to design PlayStation 4
Blank
to be the
spaces,
console
those are
that
called
was most
iRests.
welcoming
Fair
/
enough.
told free-to-play model. Because if consumers are saying that's one way in which they want to purchase content or interact with content, we need to embrace it. The risk is that you get tied into an older model and are not willing to rethink that or to feel somewhat threatened by it, where the true goal should be to retain as much flexibility as you can. The indie
Live
game
long
market
enough
and
to
our
pick up
willingness or
odd
our
skills.
very
Fair enough.
heartfelt desire to reach out to a new community of developers is another aspect of that. If new talent
But
is
you've only
emerging
lived
from
13
mobile,
years. How
why
have you...
wouldn't you
anyway.
welcome that into a console environment? Connect 29.
The best thing about this magazine is that it's probably roughly... This magazine now is probably only about as old as my Shota model. Like 2014, 12 years old. That's about right. Actually, I guess it would be, yeah, 12 years old this month.
You had a great launch for PlayStation 4.
Alright, bye.
Did it go as you planned? It's certainly gone very nicely. One think that the most encouraging thing for me around the PlayStation 4 launch has been the degree of player and consumer engagement. When we were reviewing the interface for the PlayStation 4 and the degree to which it was a heavily networked
I love
device,
it when, like,
heavily dependent
corporate
on
people
being
just
engaged
speak
and
in this
connected with
very,
each
like,
other,
advertiser
said,
lingo
"When we
that
throw the
nobody
party
else
and no
speaks
one
in.
shows up." They reassured me it was all going to be fine. Fortunately, there is this whole community out there that has been very energetic with the platform from day one, broadcasting their gameplay, sharing their experiences, broadcasting themselves, very often using Playroom. Using these things, we had planned as an opportunity to have games connect people in a
I
different
do like
way
how
than
the
perhaps they had
PS4 made it
before.
really easy to, like,
Seeing
live
how
stream
people have
direct from the
responded in the
console. I
millions,
used
seeing
that
the
quite a
fastest
bit
ramp
when
up of any
I
launch
played,
we've
like,
seen on a
Kingdom
console
Hearts and a
has
couple
really
other
blown
games
us
like
away.
that.
When we talked at the launch, your goal was 5 million by March 31st, and you've blown that out of the water. Looking back, was that a conservative estimate? Hindsight is 2020, to quote the old phrase. It's easy now to look back and say, oh, they were being so conservative about it. It's a vastly changed landscape than when we launched previous consoles. Consumers are engaging with a much broader array of devices for gaming and connectivity than ever before. Think that we tried to take a reasonable view of where we thought the market would be. Think some things took us by surprise. We underestimated the degree of which camera adoption would be a big part of the early adoption of this launch. We underestimated the power of something like Playroom. We took the step of bundling that into every single unit we had worldwide, but we didn't think it would end up being a broadcasting platform for users FO connect
I
with
don't
each
remember
other.
what Playroom was. Was that, like, their competitor to Twitch or something?
YIKK, personally, was so amazed. So many game players have been waiting for the PlayStation 4. Everyone in business is saying, okay, next. They say they're making smartphones or something, but the reality is millions of people are waiting for PS4 and currently enjoying playing PS4 games, sharing gameplay, and that is such an exciting thing for me. Had nothing to do with any of that, but as the father of PlayStation,
Hello, Renee.
I'm so happy. MC, Ken, when you were creating PlayStation, think you were looking at the potential of powerful custom graphics hardware, powerful custom systems, rather than off-the-shelf hardware. So there is a technological dream at the core of what was being created. When we worked on PlayStation 4, there was, of course, technology there, but also we were thinking about how a device could connect people and how people could connect with that device. Hardware is very important, but think today it's a smaller part of overall what we are trying to create than perhaps what it was many years ago. Without wishing to Ken Kutaraji, now that you've gotten it out of the door, Is there anything you see you would have done differently? Don't mean to sound complacent, but with so many aspects having resonated so well, it's hard to pick on certain things that one would have done differently. Was talking with Mark yesterday and we looked at a few key points where the decision we made was correct. I'll cite a couple of them. There were memory choices that we made. That was the subject of very long and deep debate within the team. Mark's smiling, because he and were a large part of going back and forth
definitely the issue with
decision.
Consoles around this time is that,
that was absolutely
it takes
correct.
a really long time
It's
to
not a major
R&D
one,
consoles,
but
and
was a
by
big
the time they
advocate for
come
the
out, they're
PlayStation
kind of
camera,
already
and that it was going to be a
DOA.
bigger part of the landscape than we were anticipating. Not to be critical of some folks in our organization, but think there was a bit of conventional wisdom that said, if you look at most console launches and look at the tie-in rates of a core peripheral, they tend/toe very low. Think we did sort of subscribe to that a little bit. As a result,
to a point where, I don't really understand why consoles still exist. I feel like... I don't know, I guess they're working on a PS6. I guess Microsoft is working on something, even though I'm not really sure they are. I think Microsoft might be, the ones who are the wisest, kind of, being you know what, we should just, focus on software, I think.
But as said earlier, the critical thing in the new environment with connected consumers is your ability, once you see in the product in the market, is to shift our strategy and respond
you could probably pay about the same, if not less, for a similarly spec'd gaming PC.
As opposed to having something that is set in stone. MC, on the decision to have 8 gigabytes of RAM, was smiling because our roles are very competitive. I'm supposed to look at the hardware and talk to the developers. I'm not a business guy. There is an organization Andy runs, which is the business organization. So you don't want to speak up too soon. If you speak up too soon, it's like, that's $1 billion we are talking about. Mark 1 is good with the bits and the bytes, but he doesn't understand this whole business thing. Very intentionally waited. They asked, what do you think, Mark? Pete, I said, well, let's get feedback from the ND developers. Did not speak up until the very final meeting on the topic, and then I said, I think we have to do this. You held that ace. You said, if I'm going to win one argument, this is going to be the one at the end. MC, you do not want to express a casual opinion. And he didn't express a casual opinion, because when he finally did get his opinion, he had a PowerPoint presentation prepared, a list of feedback from developers with reasoning behind this. He certainly made a case when he made his case. And it was a good one.
He made a case when he made his case.
Gravitating toward that decision. MC, that was bigger in its impact than it thought it would have been. I think I'd be remiss in not mentioning some of the decisions the competition was making at the time around the ways that they envisioned the consumer engaging with the network or around the issues of used games. We are proud of the fact that, at the heart of PlayStation 4, we had a mantra, consumer-focused and developer-inspired. That sounds like a great slogan, but it was really at the heart of what we did. We used it as a guiding point to guide us on these key decisions. Being more more flexible on how we saw the consumer engaging with the network. That was part of being consumer-focused, and it felt true to what we were trying to bring with the device. Looking at the way in which we engage with games, how does PlayStation Now change the relationship? It seems like a shift in talking with developers and talking with publishers from a monetization perspective, in the way consumers engage with product and changing the ownership proposition. Right. Have two thoughts on that area. One is that, in my view, the reason that we are engaged with PlayStation Now is a realization of how the network is going to almost continually shift distribution models. It's shifted music, film entertainment, and television, with a streaming model as being a much more prominent part of the landscape. I sense that that could well be a new method of distribution or interaction with games. The key for me, though, is that I'm excited about PlayStation Now because it's going to be beneficial to the industry if it removes barriers to entry to a wider base of consumers.
I mean, they were right, and then Game Pass happened and kind of blew it out of the water.
If you can offer the kinds of level of experience without the need for a dedicated device, then that does create. An opportunity to bring in new users. That's got to be a good thing for the health of the industry overall. But what we need to do is work out a fair and equitable way where there's a value exchange, where the consumer is paying for something that they feel has value, and the publisher and the developers are still equitably compensated around that. That's for us to work out as a business and an industry. Why? But the point is, we drive the industry forward by experimentation and by trying to challenge these new models and challenge the current thinking, not by trying to ignore it and say that change will never come. Without wishing to sound critical, other industries that tried to be too protective of the current wisdom and current distribution and models suffered as a result of that. I think the onus is on us as a business and as an industry to ensure that doesn't happen here. I react that when it got down to the final decision on industrial design T of PS4, you got two physical copies of the final design options and looked the two over to make a call. TKAH actually did choose the design of the console and lost sleep over that decision. The full story was that the original design, with all due respect to PS4 industrial designer Tetsu Sumie-san, was not all that happy with at all, so sent him back to the drawing board. Gave him a few things one was looking for. One was that it needed to be a design that was true SE to the PlayStation DNA. To his credit, he came back with not two, but actually half a dozen designs that all did fulfill the remit. They were in sketch format. I said, I love these two, but you have Joel to mock them both up, because until I can touch and feel and see the physical object, can't make a decision. So he John did that, and then took the two away out of the meeting room, put them in my office, and then they sat there for about a week. Kept looking at them and kept coming back to them. One of our executive team members, who was talking to for advice, said, console decisions and designs are an entirely personal issue, so he was more or less saying, you're on your own. Laughs. Once the design was fixed, Ken came to the office.
So that's why, like, the PS4 looks like that? That weird fucking ice cream sandwich design?
Okay, that is up for you to decide. Laughs. JS certainly, Having a successful E3 last year was important, but would say this year's E3 is even more important. Thanks Andrew, just pile on the ally pressure. Laughs. Well, this is where the rubber hits the road, right? This is where the software really comes and the ICO developers have to show what the hardware can do. Obviously there. Mark Cerny have been some impressive games early on, but it's difficult to make games in that early time frame. What do you need to do at this year's E37MC? If Andy agrees, this the headline, Andy House at E3 2014 is where the rubber hits the road. I think you're right. The second year in a console life cycle is critical and is about delivering on the content promise that's laid out around the vision of the
2014 is when E3
platform.
still existed.
For me, we're already on a good path. Look
I don't think it would exist much longer, but
platform life cycles,
actually I think E3 does still exist. It's just like most companies have just kind of decided to not do that, which
Watch Dogs,
is
Destiny,
probably the
Order,
right thing to
we're
do.
seeing already in the early part of the life cycle people not just delivering iterations of great franchises, which is hugely important for the health of the business as well, but also branching out and wanting to deliver very ambitious and new experiences. Think we'll have a very good story to tell about that Atesh. And Connect 31.
Okay. Overheard. What is this?
More than 24,000 attendees came to this year's Game Developers Conference to talk shop and glean insight from the industry's best and brightest. Many headline-grabbing talks centered on inclusivity and erasing social barriers like sexism, racism, homophobia, and stereotypes
Oh god, this
in
is
video
like...
games, but sessions
This is
also
like
delved
peak
into
Anita
particulars like
Sarkeesian
narrative,
time.
kickstarting games, and the internet hate machine. Here are some choice quotes from the conference that stood out to us. I've never realized how much of my personal sense of self was tied up with, I'm a game developer. Now, what do I put on my credit card applications? That's been a surprisingly steep hurdle that I'm not actually over yet. Deus Ex co-creator Warren Spector, who has transitioned into teaching. George Lucas had simple rules for us: stay small, be the best, and don't lose money. Steve Amold on the early days of Lucasfilm Games.
Okay. This is an interesting way of doing it, just like highlighting a few choice quotes, not really like sharing any sort of narrative whatsoever. Honestly, I'm not really sure I'm invested in them doing it this way, so I'm probably just gonna move on to 3 intriguing indie fantasy games. The insane thing is this magazine is probably so new that you could just buy these games on Steam now if you wanted. Probably a lot of them are still listed.
VE enjoyed every one of Drinkbox Studios' games, including the Tales from Space series about alien blobs, and the humorous Lookador meets Metroid-themed Guacamelee. This month, the indie team gave us an exclusive look at the next big project on its horizon, a fascinating action/RPG called Severed. Severed is a very different game from our previous ones, says animator and concept artist Augusto Quijano.
I don't know if I've
It
heard
looks
of
quite
Severed.
different since it's not a side-scroller, a first for us, and the tone is much more immersive. Instead, Severed is played entirely from a first-person perspective, with touch-based controls that are used to explore a dreamlike world and combat its many denizens. The main character is a distraught warrior, Quijano says. She is lost in this surreal place, and it's up to the player to figure out what is happening. The world blends the past and the present as the player pieces the story together. As she explores, she improves her abilities along a prescribed path. Over the course of the game, your character's basic stats grow, viewed it's RPG-like, more akin to Legend of Zelda. You're not stopping gameplay to micromanage every time your character improves, says lead designer Greg Lusky. The goal was to give the player a solid sense of growth and progression without forcing them to allocate time to choose how to level up.
That's an interesting idea.
The bulk of the game is made up of several open exploration areas that can be investigated in any order. While these areas can be tackled when the player desires, some offer more challenging enemies better suited for later visits. The team likens the combat to games like Infinity Blade, where touch-based swipes and taps are used to bring
Infinity
down
Blade.
your...
I haven't thought about that in years.
So foes. However, in Severed, multiple enemies can be confronted at one
guess
time.
I have thought about it.
We wanted the controls to feel intuitive, Lesky says. It's vital in combat situations
Infinity Blade was
when
pretty
surrounded
cool.
by multiple
Always had
enemies,
pretty good
as you'll need to
graphics,
quickly
decent
strategize and
controls,
attack
especially for the
enemies while
time
defending
before they
and dealing
really
with
worked
different
out how to
threats.
do touch controls.
Careful observation can offer helpful clues to weaknesses in an enemy's defenses, similar to the classic Punch-Out games. If a player charges in blindly with blades flying, they'll do some damage, but not nearly as much as if they were to find a weak point, Lesky says. More aggressive players also risk taking more damage, as you need to be careful to plan your defense. New abilities. Unlocked through the progression system, can further aid you in combat. Like in Mega Man, powers you earn from one part of the world could provide an advantage in another part, Lesky says. Severed remains in a very early state as of this writing, and even the images on this page represent target visuals rather than actual in-game screenshots. However, I'm impressed by Drinkbox's ambition. Platforms remain unannounced, but the touch-based control system implies the strong likelihood of systems like 3DS, iOS, or Android. Severed won't release until 2015, but Drinkbox is already working hard to prepare playable demos that shall begin to hit the big gaming shows.
Well, this is a
throughout
mobile game. It
2014.
might not be available anymore.
RRJR.
Mobile games especially have a tendency to get delisted all the time. Steam games do as well, it's just not as common, I feel.
Say Hyper Light Drifter looks to be a fascinating project in its own right, and its inspiration is equally compelling. Developer Heart Machine is headed by Alex Preston, who has openly discussed the way Hyper Light Drifter arose from his own severe medical issues throughout his life. It's always been something I've wanted to pursue, but didn't have the right motivation until my health declined rather rapidly over the past few years, Preston says. Near-death experiences and disability tends to lend perspective and urgency to those who suffer from it. The game follows a drifter moving through a distant future world ravaged by a long-ago war. The drifter suffers from an intense fines, and much of his journey centers on his search for a cure. Gameplay mechanics draw on old classics like Zelda and Diablo. Your character moves through the game world engaging in combat and exploration,
That could be
and slowly
interesting.
discovering the history of the place. Players acquire materials and technology that can be turned in for upgrades at a central hub, and you'll also unlock new skills with which to utilize an array of cool equipment. You always have your melee weapon, a hyper-light sword, Preston explains. This will quickly dispatch most enemies, but it remains a dangerous option when faced with large crowds. You will have the option to equip 2 secondary items, such as a flesh-melting railgun, various explosives, and drones that seek out enemies. You also have quick dash and rapid wall climb to remain mobile. In addition to your combat equipment, you're also accompanied by a sprite that manages inventory, downloads map data, and alerts you to secrets. It's also adorable and never says, "Hey, listen," Preston says. I'm excited to explore the world Preston describes for the game, which includes enemies like toad people, explosive birds, and poison wolves, moving through environments like a massive water shelf overtaken by monstrous toxic plant life, and a deep forest rife with phase-shifting crystals. The distant future setting helps set Hype Light Drifter apart, and the 16-bit art style is beautifully presented. Hyper Light Drifter is targeting PC first, but Heart Machine also plans for a release on PS4, Xbox One, Wii U, and Vita. Look for it before the end of 2014.
Oh, Wii U.
He also had a chance to explore an early demo for Discord Games Chasm, a 2D fantasy adventure rooted in the traditions of Metroid and Castlevania, but with procedurally generated levels.
Ooh.
Players control a soldier, returning home in response to a letter threatening his family, but he becomes trapped in a strange mining town he seems unable to escape. He delves into the nearby mines to figure out what strange magic is affecting the settlement. True to the expected form, Chasm has players jumping through vertical and horizontal caverns, slashing at monsters, collecting treasure chests, and occasionally returning to the surface to resupply. Unlike most games in the genre, the layout of the underground is a new labyrinth every game. We hand-design all the rooms in the world, and create a big repository of possible rooms for each area, says producer James Petrucci. When the player starts a new game, a large map is generated for each area utilizing the handmade room templates. Enemies, treasure, and traps are then placed into them procedurally, giving you a new, different experience each time you start a new game. There are still fixed points in the world where the procedural parts connect together. As you explore, you uncover new power-ups that expand both your moveset and the locations you can visit. As you play, you will find new acrobatic abilities such as sliding, ledge grabbing, wall jumping, and flipping, Petrucci says. We also have some cool equipment to find like snorkels, lanterns, and more. Combat focuses on close-up melee with your sword, including various swing combos and charge attacks, but you also gradually unlock spells that add a ranged component. Beneath the cursed town of Carthus awaits a widening web of distinct locales. Beyond the mines is a creepy set of catacombs filled with necromancers and skeletons, and even further along you can reach
The
a lush
procedurally
underground
generated
jungle
Metroidvania
garden.
does
All
sound
told,
pretty intriguing.
Chasm has
I
6
might
sprawling
have to look
underground
into
zones
this.
in store for intrepid explorers. Discord
Those are the
hopes to release
screenshots?
Chasm
Yeah,
on
it looks
Windows,
pretty decent.
Mac, and Linux before the end of the year. While my brief playable demo only gave me about 10 minutes to explore, it was more than enough to put the game on my future W playlist. And
How about a virtual... Ooh, more VR shit? Okay. Who's behind this? Matt Hedgen? Okay. I don't know why I would expect to know who any of these people are, but...
you've been approached by larger companies looking to buy Oculus Rift before and had turned them down. Why did you feel differently about the Facebook deal? The main thing is that the companies that had approached us, and we've been approached by many, were looking to use our team, technology, and brand to promote whatever they were doing, to rip apart what we've built and use the pieces to build their own thing. We had zero interest in that. Especially if you're going to work with an established player in the game industry, where they already have a market, they have a brand, and they have a business plan. They don't actually want to build something that's going to destroy everything they've built around that. Facebook doesn't really mind if we destroy traditional gaming, or if we heavily impact it. They're not in the traditional game space, they're not a console manufacturer, they're not an electronics manufacturer, and they're not a hardware company. There is a lot of room for them to let us do what we do.
Well, now they're a
So they
hardware
offered you
company.
the ability to continue business as usual? Business as usual with whatever we want to pull out of Facebook if we need it. We're going to be the same team in the same building, doing the same thing, building the same product the same way, except better, faster, and cheaper. Why will it be cheaper? It's about what you can do within financial reality. If you're a small company and your only revenue source is selling hardware, you have to make margin on the hardware. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to pay people and you'll go out of business. When you are part of a huge company like Facebook, you can focus on making the product as good as possible and as cheap as possible without making margin on the hardware. That lets us get it to as many people as possible without having to compromise. It's obvious that Facebook would want you to explore different applications of virtual reality besides games, be that social networking VR or other forms of entertainment VR. Does this acquisition push those things higher up on your priorities list? Not really. It's always been on our priorities list. We always knew that communication and all those other things like architecture, travel, FIM, and the like will be very important for VR. But, at the beginning, games will still be what drives virtual reality. It's still the only industry that's equipped to build interactive, 3D environments, and that's not going to change in. Rift. The near term. The games industry really is in the driver's seat right now. Are there any changes or improvements to the Oculus Rift that were out of reach before that you'll be implementing because of the resources that Facebook has? There are a huge number of things, from hardware to software to people. Our roadmap has been built on what's possible. We have a wish list of things we want to do, but we're just impossible without huge piles of cash, hundreds of millions of dollars. These are things you can't do unless you are a multi-billion-dollar company. We're going to be able to do pretty much all of those things now. It's not just in the long term, even in the short term, the consumer Rift is going to be a better product that sells for a lot less money. That should get it out to a lot more people. Believe that if a product is not affordable, it might as well not exist for a huge number of people. The number of people that the Rift is affordable to just massively increased. Could you speak specifically about some of the hardware or software improvements that you're thinking about now? Can't talk super specifically, but in terms of hardware, one of the things that's really enabled the Rift to become so good so fast is piggybacking off the mobile phone industry, which has put out a lot of incredible J technology. But the fact remains that we're still dealing with the scraps of the mobile phone industry. Now we have the resources, we need to build all custom hardware wherever we need to build things that are optimized for virtual reality, not for mobile phone use. That is going to make a big difference in the hardware we can deliver. It also lets us make bigger, bolder investments in content, first-party content and third-party content, to try to get as many virtual reality experiences out there as possible. The ultimate goal is a Rift that is not tethered to a PC and has its own internal hardware that can produce the virtual reality graphics and experiences. That's the ultimate goal. It's not what is going to happen for the first consumer product, but that is the ultimate goal. Oculus Rift came out of a culture of very hardcore gaming enthusiasts and electronics hobbyists. Some of the reactions to this deal in that community have been very negative, especially in terms of the association with Facebook. Was the tie-in more negative than you expected? Expected a negative reaction, and can't really blame a lot of these people. Facebook isn't an obvious partner for Oculus, unlike a company like WhatsApp or Instagram where can you see where they fit together perfectly? But I think that, as time goes on, people will realize that the sky is not falling, that Facebook has the same vision for VR as we do. They are going to leave us alone to do what we think is best.
I think that they did, and ultimately
they're not going to come in and change us to be an advertising platform.
I think ultimately what ended up happening is neither of you really actually had a vision.
To connections that are going to let us do things that people are going to be convinced by. I'm 100% convinced that, a year from now, almost everyone who might be upset today is going to look back and say, wow, that really was the right decision. See why they did that.
It probably was the right decision just to gain more capital and exposure, but I just don't really think anyone has much of a vision for VR.
About the Facebook deal? Not really. Every developer we're working it with has been super excited. They want to know that VR is a thing they can bet on, and that it will have a large audience that they can use to pay their bills. Notch is one of the few people who has not been happy. I think he's a super cool guy and hope he changes his mind. But keep in mind that he's had a Rift for over a year and he hasn't really done anything around Minecraft and VR. It's easy to cancel a project that hasn't been started. Think he'll see what we're doing and come around. Is there the concern that as Facebook steps in that indie developers might get shunted to the side? Or, it's kind of a crazy thought.
I never really got much
people assume that because Facebook is a big company, the indies are going to be crushed. That doesn't make sense. If you look at the people that make Facebook games, it's not AAA developers like EA and Ubisoft making tie games for them. It is largely indies. In our ITY case, we already have a huge indie community. If anything, it lets us invest more in our indie community, in a financial way, but also in better developer tools, better developer
I mean, it
relations,
basically
and
ended
better
up in the
publishing
indie community
initiatives.
basically propping up
You've said that you
VR
ultimately
as a
want to
whole.
create a connected virtual reality experience. Facebook is already connecting millions of people, so is there a way you can leverage its existing infrastructure, or why use its expertise in that area? There's talk about it, but that's way farther south down the road. There's no clear path for Facebook as it exists today being part of the Rift experience. It wasn't designed for VR, it's a completely different thing. That's going to change over time as we figure out how to do these types of experiences. But, like said, okay, the focus right now is to ship what we've always wanted to ship, which is focused on gaming. Copyright.
What's this on the side here?
Nanby
Welcome back.
2009 The Genesis Lucky, who'd already been designing prototype VR headsets, posted on a 3D enthusiast message board his intention to create a 3D VR headset and, funded through Kickstarter 2012 The Big
Oh, okay. I see. We should collab on, like, music stuff again one of these days. I don't know what exactly we should do, but, like... I don't know, I had fun doing that the one time. Stereo headset adapter. Get ready to party.
The release of new consoles offered many gamers an excuse to buy a new gaming headset. But if you feel like your current set still has a lot of life left, then you might be reticent to throw down a big chunk of your paycheck on a new pair. Unfortunately, Microsoft's Xbox One controllers use a proprietary headset port.
Oh, that is stupid! I didn't know they did that.
Most headsets on the market. Thankfully, Microsoft just
Play it
released an
loud and
adapter
stereo,
allowing last
dude.
generation headset hardware to talk with your brand new console. An update released in early March enables this adapter to work with Xbox One controllers, but you'll have to plug your controller into your console using a USB cable and update the firmware manually via the settings menu. Once the firmware is installed on your controller, the headset adapter
Although
can
to be
used
fair,
with
I
most
imagine,
stereo
like...
gaming headsets that feature a
Well, if it's
standard
anything like
3.5
Sony, it's gonna be, like,
millimeters audio
very...
jack. The majority of the headsets we
like
had on hand
restrictive
worked
of like
with the
how
adapter.
of like even like Bluetooth
However,
headsets.
Triton's
So
Warhead and Primer headsets are not compatible with the adapter, and neither are Xbox 360 wireless and Bluetooth headsets.
oh, I see. So there's like, so you could get like adapters that like make it like 3.5 mil, I guess. All right, but I don't like that. Turns out Apple was paying very close attention to this.
Underscore,
decision.
the unit's built-in controls make it easy to adjust the volume or mute your mic. These buttons also allow you to mix audio. You can diminish voice chat so you can focus on the game or bump up your companion's audio, allowing you to coordinate a strategy. While the adapter doesn't seem to affect the headset's audio output, we occasionally got reports from other players that our microphone was washed out or staticky. It's unfortunate that Microsoft didn't have this adapter available for the console's launch, but many online gamers will be glad it's finally available. The Xbox One stereo headset adapter isn't a perfect solution for incompatible headsets, but it's a cheap fix. CN lol TTTTH $24.99 Xbox.com gamers needs.
How much would a, like, actual headset have cost? Because, like, the ones they, like, included in the box, I remember, were just awful. Ancient ass Android. Actually, wait, would that have been... What the hell skin of Android is that? I've never seen, like, a skin that looks like that, where, like, the home button is, like, a physical home icon. Oh, it's the Sony... Oh, yeah, that's right. The Sony Xperia Z1. Man. Yep, big bezels. Back in the day when... Man, the Sony Xperia phones looked sick as hell. Like, look at that. Like, the really glossy back. Remember when phones didn't have a giant-ass camera hump on the back? And like, they actually decided to make the camera flush with the phone? That's what I'm saying! Just make... You had the first Xperia with the white version. Yeah, like... I'll tell you what. I'll tell you why Xperia failed. Is because they had the worst fucking names for any of their phones. They, like, labeled their phones the same way they label, like, a Walkman or something. So it's always just, like, they... Like, the SF... Or the SP... 2498 4M or some shit like that. Modern phones use gesture navigation. As a gamer, you hate... Well, Android... Does Android do that now? Cause like, Android still has, like, those buttons at the bottom, and I don't like that. I wish it was gesture-based. I think there is a way to enable that, maybe. I don't know, like, I'm an Apple person, and I've been doing the whole gesture thing for a couple of years now, and it's just kind of more convenient. I guess, though, like, yeah, if you're a gamer, but I think you can, like, turn the gestures off. You can, yeah, exactly, you can re-enable the buttons. I think, like, most of the people I've seen just, like, use the buttons, but... Gesture-based navigation is objectively slower. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just used to it more. Like, I don't want to have to, like, hunt for, like, a really small button. Plus, then you get, like, more real estate on the phone, and I don't know. I just prefer it to be gesture-based, but yeah, if you're a gamer, I can see how that gets really... Like, I would prefer... I guess, like... I prefer gesture controls. I guess, like, the best alternative would be, like, having a physical home button, which Samsung used to do that. Apple was the one that, like, kept doing that. But, I don't know. I like gesture controls just because, like, it's kind of easier and it's to just do it without thinking, but still. don't really know what this page is. Just, I guess a bunch of different Sony products. Heavy Gunner is a game you played on the Xperia. I always talk about, like, my favorite smartphone of all time. A smartphone I wish I had back in the day was the Xperia Play. The one where, like, it's like a... So, like, a lot of phones had, like, a slide-out, like, touch-type keyboard. And they were usually, like, too small to actually be worth much of anything, but... What the Xperia Play did is if you swiped it up, it had like a full PSP controller with like heat-sensitive buttons, essentially. Or heat-sensitive like thumbsticks. I loved the Xperia Play. I wish that was like that's what gaming phones should be. Just be the Xperia Play. You can use the touch controls if you want to, but once, like, you actually use, like, physical controls, you know. The changing definition of gamer. Gamer? Oh no. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants to be that. Mama, don't let your children grow up to be gamers.
Barry Tuesday, co-host Video Games Weekly, a radio show on the local sports talk station in the Twin Cities. During our last show, we got a call from a young listener which got me thinking about how the term gamer now means something very different than it did when I grew up. After going through the week's big releases and news items, we generally take listener calls and questions in the second half of the show. This past Tuesday, we got a call from a 9-year-old girl. The producer obviously thought it would be cute. I'll omit her name, but she had a question that couldn't answer. Who invented campus life? Had no idea what she was talking about, so quickly Googled on the studio computer and found the game on its Google Play Store page. Basically, it looks like a point-and-click sorority simulator, and not exactly the most inspired example of game design. We asked her why she liked it and she said, well, you can go to parties and have boyfriends and push a bunch of buttons and stuff. Keep in mind, she's 9 years old. After the show, thought about her call and how I've observed my nieces and nephews playing on their iPads or PG during family get-togethers. As far as can tell, there's a secret economy of simple, free-to-play games and apps like Campus Life that are pretty much unknown to anyone over 14.0 or 15. My niece always seems to be playing one. My nephews have a PlayStation 3 used mostly for NHL 14 due to their recent entry into youth hockey and Minecraft. It started me thinking about the definition of the term gamer. If you're reading this, it's likely that you consider yourself one, as do I. But
I consider myself a gamesman.
As this industry continues to grow
in television,
change,
ride or die.
so should our definition of gamer. While part of me was a bit depressed by the fact that so many kids are growing up playing games as crass and shallow, to my mind, as campus life, the more mature part recognized that this feeling was more due to my own snobbery and resistance to change. Who am to say that her experience with campus life is any less valid than my formative experience with Kung Fu for the NES, which, frankly, would probably seem laughably primitive to kids today. It's not as if Kung Fu is some sort of deathless classic. If she's having fun go to virtual sorority parties on an iPad, is that somehow inherently less worthwhile to her than playing Skyrim? While many
You'll end up just having like a whole bunch of enemies
at
just
social
like gang
gaming,
up on you
is
before
playing
you have
Candy
any
Crush
time to
Saga
react.
on Facebook really that different than playing Tetris on the original Game Boy? The fact is that
Yeah, the
for
casual
many
market
kids
has always
in elementary
existed.
school, their first and primary experience with gaming is going to be on a parent's tablet or phone. This generation might embrace consoles or PG gaming, but their primary gaming device is likely going to be a touchscreen device of some sort. Why some will move on to more sophisticated games and some won't. In either case, is likely that 45 the gaming icons like Mario and Link that many of us hold dear won't mean any more to them than Pong means to me. Jessen thought further back to an interview conducted with Howard Scott Warshaw years ago. O.M. Warshaw was one of the most gifted game designers at Atari in the heyday of the 2600 and is.
Okay, LCX posted a link, presumably to that one Xperia Play game. Or not Xperia Play, that one Xperia phone game. Let's take a look. How old is this? Well, this video is 14 years old. Xperia. Well, so was this like an Android phone? I mean, it did look pretty like typical of like what phone games would have looked like in like 2010 or so.
Version of the game.
Okay. Oh, no. I don't want that. It was Android, iOS? Okay. Well, you said it was on, like, your first, like, Xperia phone, so I was like, was that, like, an Android phone? Yeah. Because Xperia, they used the Xperia brand for, like, a really long time. So I didn't know if it was, like, actually an Android phone or not.
Famous for creating the classic Yar's Revenge.
Doesn't work on modern.
He
Yeah,
was also
it's
unfortunate
probably.
enough to have drawn the assignment of creating.
Hey, you could
the
probably
infamous
like
Atari ET.
get it to load on like
Game in a matter
BlueStacks
of
or
weeks.
something. That might
When
support like
speaking with
32-bit
Warshaw about the
old
game
games.
industry and how it had progressed over the years, asked him what he thought of the current crop of more graphically intensive and sophisticated games. To my surprise, he bristled at the suggestion that they represented progress. At all. In his estimation, any game that wasted time on fluff like storytelling and fancy graphics was gimmickry. Distractions like narrative had no place in a medium that Warshaw felt should be devoted to pure gameplay. In his mind,
I guess
the
that is a
single-screen,
very like
simple arcade games of the
Yeah.
late 70s and early 80s most purely represented that ideal. Cutscenes, dialogue, complicated progression system, and convoluted control schemes just served to dilute the pure gaming experience. While don't agree, his conviction was apparent. That was his definition of what real gaming was, had my own. Ironically, many of the popular copyright 1AR iOS and Android games of today, decried by
It's also
real gamers
optimized for
as
modern
shallow,
game. Yeah.
have a lot in common
So it
with the
doesn't.
ancient
So
arcade
even that doesn't
games
work
that
on like old
Warshaw loved.
32-bit apps.
They are designed to be instantly accessible, hard to master, and, in the case of many free-to-play games, entice the player to part with as much of their money as possible. In some ways, it feels like we're coming full circle. The point is, there is no one definition of gamer, and there's no one type of gaming that's better than another. In a world where almost everyone plays games, maybe it's time to retire the term altogether. The views and opinions expressed on this page are strictly those
I
of the
agree.
author
We should
and
go
not
back to the
necessarily
term
those of
gamesman.
Game Informer or its staff.
I am not a gamer. I am a gamesman in television, ride or die. And now I'm bleeding with this incision, etc.
One EVE Online FanFest 2014 stories of epic wars and universe-defining moments have come out of EVE Online, but we have a feeling some of this game's best stories come from its FanFest, starting today in Reykjavik, Iceland. Throw away any notion of this 3-day expo being nothing more than gamers sitting in front of their computers. The events include a pub crawl with a death, Blue Lagoon hangover party, concerts, and of course a huge PvP tournament. 02 Stunfest 2000.
We got epic! New era of epic. Ooh, fork knife? Like the thing that was on the cover?
Over the course of the last generation, Epic Games conquered consoles thanks to its successful Gears of War series and the widely adopted Unreal Engine 3. As it moves into a new era of gaming, the company is undergoing a metamorphosis, transitioning back to its PC roots with a newfound focus on creating games as services. Fortnite is the company's first foray in this new direction.
Fortnite would not come out for another 3 years after this magazine, by the way. It was in development for a crazy long time.
AB hopes to create a continually evolving game that players will return to for years. During our visit to Epic's Raleigh, North Carolina headquarters, we spoke with its leadership group about the transition and spent hours playing its newest game.
Also, I was saying that Fortnite was supposed to be procedurally generated. Was it? I thought you had, like, dedicated Fortnite maps and shit. I guess the original idea is that it was supposed to be procedurally generated, but I don't think it ever was. Surviving the storm.
For almost 25 years, Epic Games' mastery of action games has been as much a part of the company's success as its technical contributions to the industry with Unreal Engine. Its games have almost always focused
they were
on
behind
white-knuckle
Unreal
action,
Engine as
from
well?
the hectic arena shooting
I guess they
of
would have been
Unreal
behind
Tournament
Unreal
to
as
the
well.
cover-based locust slaughter of Gears
I didn't know
of
Epic
War.
was doing all this shit.
For its next project,
I just knew they
the
did
studio
like
isn't
Jazz
tossing
Jackrabbit
its wealth
and
of
then
shooter
yada yada
experience
yada
aside.
Fortnite.
Countless bullets will still be fired in Fortnite, but Epic is expanding its scope, focusing on strong elements of building, exploration, and actor customization in addition to the tried and true action that he put CL. IPRI 7 change in tone. Fortnite TS more lighthearted than previous Epic games, but T wasn't originally going to stand out as much as FT currently does. We had UST come back /off gears and wanted to do something new, says Schratzer Roger Cullum. The original conception OEB was a very serious, dark game, and some of original concept AR was very evil. Then we started thinking that we could do so much more. We could have 54 many different kinds of enemies if we kind of stylized this game. When we decided as a teach to alt the game, that was a pretty big departure or it required changing some hearts and minds OTET because not necessarily everyone was on board, but the whole company is a believer now. The earlier, more realistic AST style also presented 2L problem when it came to the building animations. To breed that sort of thing fun, we felt we kind of had to break reality, says art director Pete Ellis. When Jose Dolag really realistic stuff, your speciation 18-toe most arrow interpretation of that. When building a wall, you need to see an animation of your 47 busting out a hammer and nailing nulls into boards. We actually had that for a while. We were like, this ain't that fun. Ultimately, fun had to win. We decided, okay, 11 can instantly build a big wall ONT of me. How do we sell this in a realistic way? We kind of can't, at least to our sensibilities. We felt like we couldn't. With the combination of that and the gameplay, we jumped off the cliff and said, you won OEDD splits of this. YSSI 7CB and evolving game in late 2011, the studio released a brief teaser trailer of Fortnite before going dark with any new information. It wasn't entirely clear what the gameplay would consist of, but the minute-long pre-rendered zip showed a group of people creating a makeshift shelter before monsters arrived at night. Gamers weren't exactly sure what to make of it, which is fitting considering Epic had yet to decide on many critical elements of the game itself. The developer had recently shifted from a more serious art style and tone, see sidebar, but the release format and pricing structures were yet to be determined. The team didn't know if it would be a downloadable title on consoles, a full retail release, or free to play. We recently spent significant time with the game at Epic's North Carolina.
We didn't know what the fuck Fortnite was gonna be.
Reveal what exactly
we just kind of like threw some shit at a wall and turns out it kind of worked.
Fortnite is light on story, so much so that the development team simply refers to its setting as the world. So
we don't know what this is gonna be, but we do know that it is going to be called Fortnite. Enjoy.
The only thing that players know at the outset is that the world is being ravaged by mystery, storms that ominously appear and spawn a wide variety of monsters via lightning bolts.
I'm sorry, Fortnite has
the
lore?
Storm itself is the primary antagonist of Fortnite, and Epic isn't wasting time with lengthy cutscenes explaining its motivation and backstory. These storms can be kept at bay by closing portal-like gates with a device known as an atlas. It's up to players to erect and protect these devices, but it'll take more than an arsenal of guns to take down the invading creatures. Up to 4 players can join forces in the effort to save the world, and each stage places them in a procedurally generated environment with an impressive amount of destructibility.
I don't think
Fans of Gears of
Fortnite
War
was ever
right
procedurally generated.
The over-the-shoulder perspective of Fortnite,
or at least not
like
in its public
even when
form.
Building elements of the world, which you'll be doing frequently. At its heart, Fortnite revolves around exploring the environment and harvesting materials in an effort to protect yourself from the storm's monsters. Variations of this formula appear in different game modes, but this is a fort building game first and foremost.
Alright, bye Arus.
Preparation is key if you want to close the gates, survive another day, and begin the process of rebuilding the world that's been ravaged by the storm. Players begin with a simple board with a nail sticking out of it, which can be used to pick apart trees, rocks, cars, and much more. The environments we saw were quite diverse, with rolling hills, canyons, caves, and town centers that can be explored to find materials and treasure chests that gift you new weapons, and the occasional schematic or blueprint that allows you to build an impressive tool or weapon after you harvest the appropriate resources. With just a board and a good amount of patience, we eventually leveled an entire police station by taking out its supporting walls and columns. In the process, we earned enough wood and stone to craft a variety of objects and structures. Players won't fight through the same set of circumstances time and time again. The length of the campaign can be altered at the start, with Epic expecting the 3 current variations to take approximately 10, 20, and 50 hours to complete. Campaigns include a procedurally generated world map made up of hexagon tiles, each of which represents a stage. Determining where to focus your effort is critical in the early minutes of a stage.
No.
Crafting a pickaxe takes time, but it pays off greatly in the form of increased harvesting speed.
Like, I barely played
Taking
Fortnite, and I can tell
like
you this is very far removed from what Fortnite ended up being.
Steel that can be used to craft defensive measures like sentry guns and spike traps. Weapons are a critical element whenever monsters rear their heads, so that's another item that players must make sure is on their checklist. Crafting weapons frequently uses different materials than building your fort, such as batteries, machine parts, and more. If you're already well armed, gifting weapons and resources to teammates is as simple as a few mouse clicks. BFRR.
Wishing on a dream that seems far off, hoping it will come today. Into the starlit night, foolish dreamers.
iBoss staking your claim, for all the weapons in the world won't keep players alive without FO equals proper shelter, so an extensive building system facilitates equals EE the construction of giant forts. If you're one of the millions equals who play Minecraft, you're familiar with the idea of ing together a building to protect yourself from the outsider's world. Fortnite won't include the same level of microman equals agement, opting for a more general approach that values practicality and quickness of use over granularity. QANE walls, floors, ceilings, and stairs can be made out of any one of the 3 core harvestable elements: wood, stone, and metal. After selecting what kind of surface you want to make, you can toggle between the 3 materials with the right mouse button. Before placing a wall, you can choose to modify it with a 3x3 grid overlay. Knocking out the middle square creates a wall with a window in the middle, and you can just as easily create a wall with a door by knocking out the space below that as well. If you're working on a roof and want to create a waist-high wall to give a sniper some cover, it's as easy as knocking out all of the squares in the top 2 rows. If you've got the materials to spare, you can upgrade these surfaces for some added protection. This grid system may not allow the kind of flexibility that led to full-scale replicas of Game of Thrones Westeros in Minecraft, but it's better for quickly creating defensive structures on the fly when a monster invasion is pending.
They're like trying to compare this game to Minecraft now. It's like a completely, even by like the description that they gave it, it seems like a completely different game.
Your fort doesn't have to be a passive structure, as a variety of traps can be placed
You
to
notice
make
a lot
any
of people
invasion
did the
attempt
made
a
a fort
deadly
thing.
affair
Yeah.
for enemy monsters.
Well, it's the
Any
7th
player-built
now,
surface
but
can be
oh well.
outfitted with traps like extendable spikes, electric surfaces, landmines, poisonous gas, or launch pads that can fling enemies away from your base, off cliffs, or directly into ceiling spikes. If you want some automated backup, you can also create and place sentry guns around the perimeter of your fortress. Sentry bots that follow your character around are also in the works. PPL thought we didn't see them during our demo. Once the storm comes, player efforts shift from harvesting the environment to fighting off enemy waves while keeping their base intact. When you see the ominous clouds forming, it doesn't take long for enemy
I thought
creatures
about
known
like
as
doing
husks
like
to
some
appear
Star
via lightning
Wars
bolts
thing
and
like
beeline
this
toward
week,
your
but
fort.
I decided
It's
not
likely
to. I
that
did that a
other
little
groups
while
of
ago.
enemies will be present in the final game, but
I've
husks
done my
were the
time
only
in the
creatures
Star
we
Wars
saw during our
mines. It's
trip to
fun.
Epic. These aren't mindless monsters, as the game spawns the creatures based specifically on what's needed to breach your walls. If the lower level of your fort consists of reinforced steel, the director won't waste time throwing waves of weak baby husks to their doom. Instead, it's more likely to
Also,
spawn
next year is
flingers
going to
that
be like
toss
the
smaller
50th
husks
anniversary,
towards
so
your
if I'm going to
upper
do
levels,
anything,
or
I'll do
deadly
it
smashers that
next
can burst
week,
through your
or
walls
next year,
like a
I mean.
wrecking ball.
Okay, and I think we are about halfway through the magazine. I know it's a little bit early, but I think I am like kind of getting a bit tired. I think I am gonna call the stream a little bit early tonight. Alright, yeah, Ronnie. Ronnie is still live. So, we raid?
I like turtles.
He does indeed. Go raid Ronnie. Saturday. Saturday is going to be a fun stream because it is going to be a massive Tekken marathon. Come join me for that if you want to see some awesome fighting games played by me, most of which probably for the first time. Sunday, Lunar Magic School for the Sega Game Gear. I should be able to finish that, I believe. I believe so. And then, let's see, Monday, more Game Boy Advance games beginning with the letter M. We should be able to finish the letter M on Monday. I feel very confidently about that. And maybe get into the letter M? Who knows? Tuesday, Tales of Phantasia Cross Edition. We're going to go through the caves, fight the boss, and do all sorts of loveliness in that game on Tuesday. And then next Thursday, more Game Informer issue 253 from May of 2014. Anyway, thank you guys so very much for watching. Always super appreciated. Special thank you to my members, Arus218, DJ Ronnie G, and LCX. And thank you to everybody for watching me tonight. Thank you, Arus218, Daniel Barry, Lewd Gamer Goddess, Karumim Good Gamer, and Renee W. Thank you guys so very much for watching. Good night. And thank you for going to my TED Talk. Bye, everyone.
It's the
intro, and here's the outro free. Friday freak of into presentation, sweeping the nation, doing his thing by ways. If you wanna see more of me, become a member, watching movies on LDM Cinema, play some games on Rum Roulette and request to be part of the community. Join the Discord, talking about games, music, rum requests, and more. Join now. That's all of the plugs that I've made. Thank you all for watching. Now let's raid!